malicious code or something that should not be leaked to the users. And if we add also in the mix AI agents, and then we have autonomy, then the dangers escalate exponentially, let's say. So there we need to have human in the loop, as was mentioned by previous speakers, and we need really to be careful of all this autonomy and the tools that these systems may call and the APIs, and this is what we need to really secure our system.
Thank you very much, Professor Zoumakas. Next, we go to the next part of this panel discussion. The question is addressed to Mr. Georgakopoulos, Chief Information Security Officer of Pfizer here in Thessaloniki and globally. So protecting a global pharmaceutical infrastructure means securing highly sensitive intellectual property and life-saving supply chains. What are the unique operational risks when deploying AI internally, and how do you balance corporate pressure to innovate with the absolute necessity of maintaining a zero-trust architecture?
Great. Thank you for the invitation with the distinguished speakers here. God, what a topic to discuss. We're undergoing a revolution in technology capabilities, and AI is really at the beginning stages of that revolution. It's continuing to shift and change on a daily basis, and companies around the world are looking for an edge, a competitive edge, to innovate. And AI in the hands of business leaders provides that opportunity for them to be creative, to be innovative, and actually remain somewhat distant from the security concerns that we are discussing up here today. They're much more focused on functional use, and we are very concerned about data privacy, about access into those AI platforms. We're concerned about the API gateways, the MCP servers that are in use, the data models that are being leveraged to conduct the analytics, and certainly the human in the loop that we just heard of. There are a lot of unique, I think, challenges that AI is presenting to security professionals around the world, and certainly has given an advantage to threat actors who are also innovating using the same exact technology. And the major difference for them is they have no laws to comply to. They are not required by regulatory bodies to validate data sets to ensure that the end product is actually valid. So what are the unique things that we're concerned about? Well, I'm going to distill the use of AI really as another application in the tool set for the business, however, with significantly more ability to impact the enterprise at all stages and in all use cases of AI. Think of a user that receives an email in a phishing campaign that you just mentioned. And in that email body, there's a hidden message telling an agent that may be running on the end user's device to execute some commands, because the end user will have something like Claude Cowork or Copilot or another AI agent to respond back to that email. And in the processing and responding back to that email, that code behind the scenes is executing data exfiltration, unbeknownst to the user and completely silent. So we have a significant need to improve our security capabilities across our entire tech stack. That means we need a higher level of observability across identity, across email systems, network, across our API gateways, across our network infrastructure, and that significantly complicates the work of the defenders. But I don't think it's the end of the conversation for AI. It's continuing to evolve on a daily basis. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing organizations like Microsoft and Google and AWS provide to defenders in terms of the guardrails inside well-structured, well-architected environments where you can use things like Bedrock and Agent Core and Kiro or other Copilot, for example, or Copilot Studio to really architect an environment that provides a built-in security and guardrails and gives defenders the ability to actually respond.
Thank you very much. So next question is addressed to Brigadier General. So General, a fundamental pillar of national defense is accountability. Knowing exactly who attacked you so you can deter them. However, AI can now be used to intentionally mimic the coding style and tactics of entirely different threat groups, acting as digital smoke screen. How severely does AI complicate cyber attribution? When the smoking gun is an autonomous algorithm rather than a clear actor signature, how do you confidently determine who is responsible for the attack?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you are touching a very sensitive issue, and I think not solved, and I don't know when will be solved. The whole NATO is is dealing with the issue of attribution. It's very difficult to say who did this attack, and now with AI and with agentic AI, where very fast attacks are performed, and they are capable of these tools are capable of deceiving the defenders. It is even more difficult. And there's another issue. Maybe there's the problem of algorithmic misunderstanding. What I mean, when you are trying to, let's say, when you are giving the AI the possibility to autonomously act, this, let's say, defensive reaction may be perceived as an offensive one, and being accused while you are trying to defend yourself. So yes, it is it was complicated, and now with AI is also much more complicated. What I think is that we cannot anymore trying to be 100% in order to, let's say, to activate the rules of engagement, because in the national defense, as you know, we do need rules of engagement to start, let's say, our operation or our reaction. Even, let's say, when we have indicators and when we have a high percentage and see what are which is the motivation behind an attack, who has profit behind this attack, who is capable of using this infrastructure, then with high probability we may, let's say, attribute the attack and be ready to react in order to defend our systems. So yes, we have to change our approach and not wait until we are 100% sure of who is attacking us, and with this high probability, with the help of the AI, be ready to react and defend our systems.
Thank you very much for the answer. Next question concerns with regulation and compliance, and it is addressed to Mrs. Weber, who is specialized in these issues. So, Mrs. Weber, with major frameworks like the EU AI Act and tightening global directives, regulatory bodies are trying to establish guardrails. However, policy usually moves at a bureaucratic pace, while AI moves at an exponential one. What are the biggest compliance challenges organizations face today, and how can policy remain robust without stifling innovation?
Well, thank you very much, and also it's always a pleasure to be back in Thessaloniki in the first place, and also to add some female power to this panel. I'm coming more from the policy side, and there's a couple of things that have already kind of come up, but I'm trying to distill it a bit more to give kind of a more micro-level overview of what we're talking about. And honestly, just discussing this question could already kind of fill an entire panel on its own, but I'll try my best to match, as you said, AI's exponential pace in answering it. So if I really had to distill it, I would say at the moment organizations are facing 3 major compliance challenges. The first one being legal uncertainty. And what I mean by that is, as you've also kind of addressed before, the regulatory guardrails are evolving at the moment, and firms and organizations are challenged to innovate while these guardrails sometimes aren't even there yet, are very unsure what they're exactly going to look like in the end, and are kind of still evolving themselves. And additionally, the technology itself, for example, dual-use AI, actually kind of blurs the boundaries between like civilian and military as well. So it's kind of harder even to regulate or to pin it down. And especially for like newer firms, for startups, for example, this kind of creates a lot of legal uncertainty, as I've said, because there's a lot of hesitation, as in, you know, what kind of space are we moving in and what will be a successful enterprise and what might not be. The second key challenge that I think is there is regulatory fragmentation. And what I mean by that is that even if you look at the EU and within Europe at different EU member states, national kind of regulatory guardrails might substantially differ, also different sectoral requirements and so on. So it's very, very hard and often very costly because you need a big legal team to kind of, you know, have an overview of that for different organizations to kind of try and keep pace with that, especially, as I said, if they're internationally operating and across different countries and even different like EU or US or China, different, as some might call it, digital empires, right, that have very different approaches to regulation in the first place. And the third key challenge is actually something that I think isn't being talked about enough yet, or at least not seen as a challenge in its own. And it's very strategically important. And it is actually the kind of attempt of different organizations to comply with their self-declared ethical guardrails. What I mean by that is, well, we've probably all heard about Anthropic's Project Glasswing, which is kind of a very recent example of a very big, like, AI firms, especially US-based AI firms like OpenAI and Anthropic try to do is they try to, well, in the void of like internationally legally binding regulation, they try to come up with their own kind of guardrails that they pledge adherence to. What is very interesting about this, however, and I think that is not really talked about enough, is that, well, it's fierce competitors. If you look at the group that they've selected or like brought together, it's fierce competitors in many other fields and for market shares that then choose to collaborate and proactively join forces when it comes to cybersecurity matters. And I think that alone is kind of worthwhile, at least not forgetting about, because just repeated interaction and just collective, you know, just talking to each other regularly, being in similar groups already kind of can foster collective resilience as well. So it's nothing that should be neglected. On the other hand, however, it's very important to not forget that these big firms especially have very outsized, not just public affairs teams and budgets for that, of course, technological capabilities, but also this ends up in the long-term outsized access to policy making to those spaces. And that brings me actually to my next point, which is the second part of the question that you've raised about how can we make policy making in this very quickly emerging domain, well, better, more resilient, more robust. And, well, it is certainly true that in AI and cybersecurity, policy making, like public-private coordination, it's a very nice buzzword, but it actually has to be the spine of policy making. It can't just be an add-on, but it has to really underpin what's going on. And that's also just true because, well, most policymakers, and I include myself in that because I'm coming from a policy and IR background, well, they don't have the technological edge. So when it comes to applicability of regulation, we really need people to be on the table that know how those things work. However, and that also kind of draws back to my earlier point, well, big firms just have the most capacity to always be at every single venue where this is discussed, and this can be very splintered even within the EU. So it's very important to also not just always talk to the same actors to avoid like a dependency in the long term on that, but also still invest in procurement also of smaller, medium-sized enterprises, domestic industry consortia, etc. And back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since we have opened this discussion on governance of cybersecurity, so the next question also goes to you, and it concerns with this important matter. So when an AI-driven threat strikes, public defense networks and private enterprises are often targeted simultaneously, yet they traditionally operate in separate silos. Beyond just strict regulatory compliance, what frameworks or policy incentives are needed to make real-world threat intelligence sharing truly seamless between the public and private sector?
Well, thank you so much. I hope you're not tired of hearing me talking yet. Well, I mean, I think I want to start with the good news first. And the good news is that there's a lot of different efforts actually already underway at all different levels, right? So if you look, for example, at the national levels, there's new cybersecurity strategies coming out actually this year, 2026, from the Czech Republic, and they actively prioritize public-private coordination, and they even talk about, and I quote here, so-called security communities and how it's very important to invest in those and to strengthen those, etc. Actually, also Greece's own cybersecurity strategy, the 2026 to 2031, has communities of practice, as they call it, as a key part of the human resources priorities. But then if you also look at the EU level and zoom out a bit, well, at the EU level we're kind of still, well, dealing with the EU AI Act, and it's been quite a while that we've been talking about this, but now actually we're dealing with it in a more kind of deregulatory turn. And what I mean by that is, well, now there's already, very shortly after the EU AI Act came into place, we're already looking at the EU Digital Omnibus for the Act, right? So we're trying to revise it to make it more applicable for companies. Also, there's a lot going on at the UN level, but I'll save you from that for the moment. But actually, just looking at all those efforts, that's all great to see, but allow me to maybe play a bit of devil's advocate in this one. So what if what we actually need is not yet another AI framework or a nice policy incentive? What we actually might need might be an AI crisis. Okay, hear me out. Of course, no crisis is desirable. Don't get me wrong here. But if we just, look a bit into the history books, and we're talking today about cybersecurity in the age of AI. So if we time travel together 2 decades back to 2007 and to another EU member state, to Estonia actually, because as many of you might know or will remember, in 2007 Estonia suffered one of the first large-scale DDoS attacks. DDoS is short for distributed denial of service, and it was widely attributed to the Russian Federation. Well, in the first place, what was the effect of the attack? I would say, obviously quite intense. We are talking about government system shutdowns, etc. But also in the bigger picture of things, fairly short-lived, right? We're talking about a couple of weeks. The longer-term effect of such an attack, however, was that Estonia, ever since, has truly risen to, well, not just Europe's, but also a global cybersecurity powerhouse. Right? It is also, for example, NATO launched the CCD-COE in Tallinn, which is also hosting a conference actually just next week, right? So it's really quite visible how the reaction and the collaborative, if proactively enough, the effort after such a crisis can really quite fundamentally help change things and help, channel long-term investment. So yes, if we are talking about policy incentives in the long run, I would definitely stress it's important to have a reliable perspective, to have strategic long-term investment where it's most needed, and to maybe also, today is a very different setting, of course, in levels of technological innovation and advancements compared to 2007. But to hence learn from that mistake perhaps back then and not wait for the AI crisis, but to try and channel that investment and those guardrails now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the last part of this panel discussion, which concerns with the workforce, upskilling and academia. And the next question is addressed to Mr. Georgakopoulos, who comes from the industry. So, Mr. Georgakopoulos, for the many computer science students and young professionals in our audience today, the traditional role of security specialist is shifting. As AI automates routine monitoring and basic scripting, what specific technical and cognitive skills must the next generation cultivate to remain invaluable in an AI-native industry?
Great. Well, I'm going to shamelessly put in a plug for those of you who are in school and looking for an exciting job and a role. Pfizer is hiring here in Thessaloniki, and we're hiring in security and in cloud engineering. So please see there's several folks here, including our HR team here in the audience. I think, look, I also taught in the U.S. for about 15 years a variety of computer science courses, and I think it's vital for this generation with the capabilities that AI has enabled and provide to continue to experiment, to fire up your virtual machines at home, to download software, open source software with caution, given the cost of some of the commercial capabilities, and really play. And I say play with a learning aspect, really be curious and understand how the systems work. In cybersecurity, we are much in the weeds, in the details of how messages are being moved between systems, how commands are executed from an interface all the way to the back end. And AI has completely changed the landscape of what's possible. And I think for students today, if you have that hands-on experience, that understanding, and you're playing with the software, with the agentic AI capabilities, you'll become invaluable to your employers. And that's the type of people we're looking for. We're looking for individuals that are curious, for individuals that are learning, that want to learn. We have some of the latest tech in the industry, and we're continuing to innovate on our own.
Thank you very much. So, next question is addressed to Mr. Vasilikos. I know that you are involved into a security operations center. So, from an industry standpoint, your Tier 1 and Tier 2 analysts are on the front lines of defense. As AI begins to handle the initial triage of alerts, how are security firms handling the immediate need for internal upskilling? What does the career transition look like for an analyst moving away from reading logs and moving towards managing AI-driven orchestration platforms?
Thank you for the question. This is a very important one. Because AI does not change the technology in the SOC, but also change the career path inside the SOC. Traditionally, the level of an analyst learned by reading logs, checking alerts, escalating suspicious activity, and slowly building pattern recognition. AI is now is taking part of this first layer, enrichment, correlation, summarization, and sometimes, many times, they even recommend the response actions. That does not mean that a junior analyst is no longer needed. It means that the junior analyst must evolve a little bit faster. The new skill is not just simply read the logs and understand the logs and understand the alerts that already by the CM system is categorized by with severity, high, low, mid, etc. It means that the new skill is understand whether the AI is right. The new level 1 analyst must understand and judge the decision of the AI, the recommendation of the AI. So the internal upskilling has to move in some different directions. The analyst must need a stronger investigation fundamentals. If an AI tool says this is suspicious, is categorized by suspicious, the analyst must know how to validate it. But they must know to identify the behavior, make the behavior analysis, see the endpoint activity, to dig in the network pathing and possible impact. This is the most important, the possible impact. Without fundamentals, AI just becomes another black box, another application, as Mr. Giacopoulos said before. The analysts also need automation and orchestration literacy. They must understand what means the playbook, what means API, what means SOAR, Security Orchestration Automation Response Tools, and workflows, containment actions, and when the automation is safe and when it's not safe, it's dangerous. They need to involve adjustment and communication skills. The future analysts will spend less time to read the logs and more time to decide what to do. Do I isolate the machine? Do I have to disable the account? Do we have to wake up the incident responder or escalate it to the level 2 analyst? That means adjustment, not only CM tools knowledge. Of course, I don't want to discourage anyone. This is a new skill that all the students and all the new junior analysts have to learn by downloading OpenAI carefully, with cautious, tools, play, try to understand. There is a lot of tools and online tools that you can use and involve your career. And by all means, when someone joins a team of some vendor, of some SOC, whatever vendor, they have also their own training path. We also have involved in our SOC a very strict training path, that includes AI automation tools. This is the skill that we want to involve, that we want to involve in our student. The careers transition is from alert reading to AI supervisor, investigation lead, and response orchestrator. The last one is very important. The junior analyst must move on and just not staying at the level of what AI can automate, only this. The SOC analyst of the future will be measured not by how many alerts they can read, the KPIs of the moment. We have the KPI, probably, and others also, as far as I know, that have the KPI, how many alerts do you resolve in your shift. This is going to change. They will be measured by how well they can challenge AI, guide automation, and make the right decision, and the most important part, under pressure.
Thank you very much. Very important remarks. Now we go to the next question, which is addressed to Professor Andrea Simeonidis. So, Professor, looking at higher education, traditional computer science curricula often treat cybersecurity and AI as separate academic tracks. We know this very well. In this new era, how must universities evolve their programs to ensure that graduates are trained in secure, AI-assisted coding and AI-native cyber protection from the day one? How do we bridge the gap for existing professionals who need rapid upskilling?
Okay, so this question has two legs. I will start with the second one that talks about upskilling, right? I have the blessing to teach to engineers, computer engineers, that by nature, what they do is they see the problem, they try to analyze, and they try to find a solution, right? If we go back 20 years, I had a colleague of mine saying that when MATLAB was introduced, the engineers lost their capability to solve problems, right? So what is happening now is a transformation with new tools that obviously speed up the way of doing things, the basic things, and you then need critical thinking, you need to understand what is the output, and to be sure that the output is correct, is not taken for granted. This is what happened then, and this is what happens now. Obviously, it is not easy to say that if you have such an easy tool to use and something that produces something that seems legit, not to trust it. But in any case, this is the job that we have from the academic side in order to explain all the risks of these, let's say, almost truthful explanations, right? So this is what we have to do. And then I go to the first part of your question. You know that practically cybersecurity is now a big issue, and it has been a big issue forever, but now, let's say from 2015 on, since we have a huge attack surface, everybody can attack any type of business. So practically you need to build curriculums that focus on what exactly cybersecurity is. And it's not only the art of attacking and using AI to do the job. It's the art of knowing about computer architectures, knowing about computer networks, communications, people skills, all these things that matter in the context of a cybersecurity breach. So this would practically mean a whole different type of curriculums that should be set to solve these problems. The good thing is that this is not the only thing that has to change in education. It is changing, so you have multimodal curriculums taken from different disciplines and different approaches. So what you need to do is practice more. You have a more global, a more spherical approach to teaching, and keep in mind that the objectives of each curriculum have to be on how to build people that can easily adapt, easily adopt, and learn the fundamentals and build on top of these fundamentals.
Thank you very much. And last question in this discussion before the final one goes to Professor Tsoumakas. So, Professor, from an much of the cutting-edge AI development happens within massive commercial tech giants like Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, and so on. Yet universities bear the responsibility of training the minds who built these models. How can academic institutions ensure that safety, ethics, and defensive security are baked into foundational AI research rather than treated as an afterthought driven by commercial market pressures?
Thank you for this question, Vanagiotis. Indeed, academic institutions must responsibly uphold their role as a servant to public good and society. And there are a number of things we can do, starting from teaching, where we have to embed ethics and security across the whole curriculum. So it's not just adding a course on cybersecurity or adding a course on AI, philosophy of AI, for example. We have to put these elements across all, if possible, all courses, all lectures. And for example, in my machine learning and NLP courses, I try to tell to the students that about the weaknesses of AI, about the biases that come from biased data, about the hallucinations, about the wrong answers that the systems may give. And of course, for example, particularly in machine learning, we need to add a dedicated lecture on adversarial training. So there should be no graduate that knows how to build AI system, but does not know how to stress test them, to red team them, to break them. And this needs to touch the whole curriculum. And these are also suggestions from big organizations like ACM, IEEE in their curriculum recommendations. And then moving on to research, it's true that the big companies are leading much of the research in AI, but universities have great minds and really do high quality research. Also in Europe, we can do this. But the companies sometimes have a philosophy of move fast and break things. So sometimes they put safety at a lower priority, let's say. So this, I think, it's a wonderful gap for the academic institution to target and focus more effort, more research effort on these safety issues, develop methods for defending AI systems, develop benchmarks for AI safety, and we have the expertise to do these things. And then, of course, finally, research needs funding. So I think we should all lobby and push for more funding from the local government and the EU for research targeted at these particular topics, right? So all together we can do this.
Thank you very much. I hope that we have a few more minutes. So, in exactly one sentence, by each of the speakers in this panel, if there is one myth or misconception about AI in cybersecurity that the public or the tech community needs to clarify today? What is it? General.
Just one sentence?
Yes.
Two sentences.
Two sentences. Okay.
I would like to use Aristotle's, one of the greatest principles he used. He said, know yourself. Another philosopher, a strategist, 200 years later, Sun Tzu, said, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, you do not fear 100 battles. And this, I think this is the gap AI is promising to solve. It is trying to, no, it is helping us, the defender, know the vulnerabilities, and also the attacker know the vulnerabilities of the defender in order to take advantage and make better attack. The myth. I don't think that we will ever need just artificial intelligence without the human wisdom, without the human intelligence. So we do need them, maybe with more modern skills and advanced, but we do need human on the loop.
Thank you very much. Mr. Georgakopoulos.
Keep it simple. It's another application.
I guess what I would say is that AI is not going to take all the jobs away.
Okay, I think that AI, securing AI is not just putting some guardrails and in your prompts and the output, but really what we need is securing the whole supply chain data, adversarial training. We need provenance, and it's far beyond this. Simply just sanitize your input and you are okay.
Thank you. Yeah, one misconception that I think is quite often used is that it's just the use of regulation, which is the scapegoat for all problems that we're facing with the lack of domestic AI innovation. I'd say, sure, it's part of the bigger picture, but we also have to look at siloed markets, at an existing over-reliance on US firms when it comes to, for example, cloud services, etc., and also on, once again, as I said before, a lack of long-term funding and stability with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, guys, AI is not a magic word for cybersecurity. In reality, it's an amplifier. It amplifies the SOC operating system. The strong the strong security centers, security operations will be stronger, and the weak ones will fail faster.
Thank you all for this wonderful discussion. I hope that the audience gained a lot from this chat. Thank you very much.
AUTH Radio, η φωνή της γνώσης.
What is love anyway? But a fire that burns too close. I gave my heart to the flame, and it turned me into smoke. You said forever, I heard goodbye. The echo still lingers. Why'd you lie? You're the love that kills. No second chance, no thrills. What is love anyway? Just another way to decay. Your words cut like a knife, and the scars still sing your name. I thought love was my savior, but it played a crueler game. You said forever, I heard goodbye. Your shadow's a dagger. Why'd you lie? You're the love that kills. No second chance, no thrills. What is love anyway? Just another way to decay. You're the love that
Another midnight, another drink. Silence wraps around me. Can't escape this noise inside. Need the world to stop. Let me breathe in empty rooms where your voice can't follow. Tired of all this damn pretending. Just need quiet now in these empty rooms. Crowds keep pressing, always wanting more than I can give you. Lost myself in all their needs. Time to disappear. Let me breathe in empty rooms where your voice can't follow. Tired of all this damn pretending. Just need quiet now in these empty rooms. Don't come looking, don't come calling. I'll be where the silence falls, where loneliness feels like home, and I can finally be. Let me breathe empty rooms where your voice can't follow. Tired of all this damn pretending. Just need quiet now in these empty rooms. Just me and quiet.
Αριστοτέλειο Πανεπιστήμιο. AUTH Radio. Συντονιστείτε.
Sous le ciel d'un été passé, tes mots dansaient comme la rosée. Les jours s'effacent, mais je me souviens des marguerites dans nos mains. Tu disais, cueille, laissez l'amour. Un par un, on comptait les jours. Même si le vent t'a pris loin, mes fleurs parlent encore de demain. Je sème des marguerites dans le vent, espérant que tu les senses. Dans chaque pétale, ton nom résonne comme un secret que l'âme fredonne. Tu vis encore dans mes saisons d'or. Les chants ne mentent jamais vraiment, ils gardent les rêves tendrement. Même seul je parle à la nuit, ton écho me répond tout bas sans bruit. Et quand le monde semble trop froid, je cherche encore ton pas. Sous la lune ou dans le matin, tes fleurs me montrent le chemin. Je sème des marguerites dans le vent, espérant que tu les senses. Dans chaque pétale, ton nom résonne comme un secret que l'homme redonne. Tu vis encore dans mes saisons d'or. Un jour peut-être au bord de l'été, je te verrai parmi les plaies, et nos marguerites chanteront ce que nos cœurs n'ont jamais dit, mais savent au fond.
Γνώση, τέχνη, ζωή. AUTH Radio. Για όλη την κοινωνία.
forum is about AI, and I think that the School of Natural Sciences of the Aristotle University wouldn't be absent from that. So I'm very happy and privileged to introduce Professor Joseph Kioseoglu from the Department of Physics of Aristotle University, who will talk about artificial intelligence in material science.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. As Professor Patsalas said, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence in material science. Well, I'll start with the motivation. Why AI is so attractive in material science. As we all know, the chemical and structural search space is enormous, even if we restrict ourselves in inorganic compounds, as you can see. The number of possible composition and structures is far beyond what we can explore experimentally. Traditional discovery is slow and expensive because it depends heavily on trial and errors. And AI helps by screening large numbers of candidates quickly, predicting properties before synthesis proposing new structures. Here I want to show that AI is not limited to one narrow application. It is already used across many areas of material science and chemistry. In drugs, catalysis, we all know about that. Discoveries can screen molecular libraries. In batteries and energy materials, it can help identify better electrolytes and solid-state conductors. And in characterization, deep learning can interpret experimental techniques like XRD, transmission electron microscopy, and several other experimental-based data. And AI is also important for property prediction, autonomous laboratory, and process optimization. So the central message is that AI is becoming part of a whole material workflow. Well, in this slide summarizes some of the main AI techniques that appear in the current literature. We can see that the graph neural network are especially natural for materials because atoms and bonds can be represented as graphs. Also, transformers and large models, language models, are useful when the input is text, chemicals, names, formulas, or literature. Moreover, generative models can propose new molecules or crystals, and Gaussian processes are very useful for active learning because they can estimate uncertainty. And finally, reinforcement learning becomes relevant when the problem is a sequence of decisions, such as synthesis or processing. Okay, this figure shows what has been shown about 15 years ago in a conference of Microsoft. About 50 years ago, a researcher from Microsoft has said that the research studies has been divided in those 4 paradigms. The empirical science, which has been used up to 1600s, it's based on the experimental observation. After that, we have started in research based on theoretical models, theoretical science. This framework lasts up to 1950. After that, it has started the computational science with simulations, atomistic simulations, and mechanistic models. And this framework ended, I mean, not ended entirely, but at about 2000, the last framework, which is based on big data driven science, has started. And now on, we are beyond that. And scientific progress has been followed the development of new tools, instruments for observation, mathematical theories, computer for simulation, and now large-scale data and artificial intelligence. The important point is that AI does not replace the previous frameworks. It builds on them. We still need experiments, theory, and simulation, but we can now combine them with data-driven methods to accelerate discovery and to recognize patterns that are difficult to identify manually. This is a very important paradigm that always the scientific research was based on data. This is the second Mendeleev periodic table, which has been built at 1871. And Mendeleev has organized the known elements using atomic weights and chemical behavior, especially the reaction with oxygen and hydrogen. He did not know anything about quantum mechanics at that time or atomic number. But the pattern was strong enough to reveal missing elements. The empty position in the tables were prediction at that time. This is the same logic we want to, in modern materials informatics, use the available data to identify structure, trends, and promising missing candidates. These slides, we present a table of breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, the year, and the data set that were first available, those data for those breakthroughs, as well as the algorithms that are used in order to have the breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. As you can see, the AI-based breakthroughs happened shortly after the relevant data sets became available, even though the algorithms were often proposed much earlier. As you can see, the average from the data set, the breakthroughs was 3 years, where the algorithms was about 80 years, the distance. This is directly relevant to material science. We should not only ask which algorithm is the best one. We should also ask whether we have the right data with the right coverage and quality. Okay, here I am presenting few landmark examples that make the community pay attention. The first one, the GNOME. From Google DeepMind, used graph networks to expand the number of predicted stable crystals dramatically. The second one, the Matter Gem from Microsoft, is an example of generative modeling for inorganic materials where structures can be produced under property constraints. And finally, the A-Lab from Lawrence Berkeley shows the experimental site, an autonomous laboratory that combines AI planning, robotics, synthesis, and characterization. Together, these examples show the direction of the field: prediction, generation, and closed-loop validation. Looking ahead, I will separate the future into 3 levels. In the near terms, we will see foundational models and copilot tools trained on large materials dataset and literature. In the midterm, more workflows will become closed loop, and AI will propose candidates, experiments, or simulation to test them and to update the models. In the long term, the ambition is on demand materials with targeted properties. But this will only work if the workflow remains scientifically controlled and if predictions are validated experimentally or computationally. Now I move to few specific examples. This is one specific high-impact example, the GNOME one from Google that I've mentioned before, which work on scaling deep learning for material discovery. The key idea is a data flywheel, a model propose candidates, DFT calculations, filter and validate them, and the new results are added back to the training set and the model improves. This combination of machine learning and first principle calculation is very powerful because it uses AI to guide the search, while density functional theory provides a physics-based reference for stability. This slide shows the main idea why GNOME was influential. The approach led to a very large number of newly predicted stable materials, and the subset has already been independently verified experimentally. I would emphasize the generation aspect. The generalization. The model was able to work in regions of chemical space that were outside the most common training examples. Thus, does not mean the model is perfect, but it shows that graph-based learning can capture useful chemical and structural information and can guide discovery beyond simple interpolation. Here the focus changes from structured database to unstructured scientific knowledge. A large amount of materials information is hidden in papers, in PDFs, in tables, in data, in general, in figures, and in supplementary files. Systems such as the IBM Deep Search, which has been used here, try to convert this unstructured literature into machine-readable data. This is important because AI for material science depends not only on curated databases, but also on our ability to extract information from the scientific literature in a reliable, automated way. And this is what is much closer to my research area. This is a typical generative modeling workflow. First, known molecular structures are encoded into latent or feature space. In that space, the model learns relationships between structure and target properties, as you can see. And we can then search or optimize within the latent space to find points that satisfy desired properties. Finally, these points are decoded back into molecular structures. The strength of this approach is that it allows exploration of chemical space in a more continuous and guided way than testing molecules one by one. And now, by these examples, introduce the idea of descriptors and features, which are useful mainly in machine learning approaches. Before modern graph neural networks, many materials informatics approaches depended on carefully designed numerical representations. In the polymer example, which is presented here, the materials is represented by counts of buildings blocks, pairs, and triples. In other cases, band structure or density of states can be discretized and transformed into image-like or string-like representation. The models do not see chemical information, chemistry directly. It sees the descriptor we give it. So the descriptor is where a lot of physical intuition enters. This is another example, and in this example we compare modern techniques, that's a crystal graph convolution neural network, where the crystal is converted into a graph and atoms are knotted and bonds as bonds or neighbors connections are the edges. The models updates the atomic representation through convolution-like message passing. And the other approach is the atomistic line graph neural networks, which adds another layer by constructing a line graph. It's there, over there, so that the bonds, angle, or triplets can be included more explicitly. This is important because materials properties often depends not only on which atoms are connected, but also on local geometry and angular information. Here I introduce the cost accuracy problem. As we can see in this graph, we have the accuracy versus the time. And over there we have all the density functional theory based approaches. With the CC is the coupled cluster approach, which is the most accurate one, but requires a lot of time. However, here we have the interatomic potential, the force field. And what we want to have is to have the speed of the interatomic potential, but the accuracy of the density functional theory approaches. The interatomic potentials are fast, but they often lose accuracy and transferability. Machine learned interatomic potential aims to occupy the useful middle ground close to quantum mechanical accuracy for the relevant domain, but with a computational cost close to empirical potentials. There are several broad families of models used for machine learning potentials. Linear methods are simple and fast, but depend strongly on the chosen representation. Kernel and Gaussian process method is the second category. Explicitly compare environments using a similarity function and can work well with fewer data points. Finally, the neural networks can be very flexible and accurate, but they usually require more data and useful training, careful training. The best choice depends on the system. the amount of data and the target property. And in this slide, list representative examples from the literature for linear and polynomial approaches, and I will focus on the neural networks. There are many useful modern approaches, among them the SciNet, the NeQuip, the Maze. The important message is that the field is diverse, and this method makes different choices about representation, locality, and scaling. This is a graph of the test error versus the computational cost of several machine learning diatomic potentials. As you can see, the Gaussian approximation potential are over there. Which are the most accurate, but requires, as you can see, the test error is the minimum, but requires a lot of the computational resources. And the several available machine learning diatomic potentials, they differ in how they represent atomic environment and how they fit the energy and forces. But they all share the same objective: approximate the quantum mechanical properties, energy surface accurately enough for atomistic simulations. This is a graph which explains how we train a machine learning driven interatomic potentials. We start with the construction of the reference database, a huge database of density functional theory calculations. The next step is to represent those calculations, to represent the atomic environment that connects the atoms between them. In machine learning-based approaches, we need descriptors. We're close to the end. Okay? I'll finish in 2 minutes. And finally, we have the regression, the learning method. I have several examples to present, but since we are out of time, I'll go as fast as possible to the final concluding remark. As you can see here, as a summary, we wrote that AI accelerates material science when it is embedded in disciplined scientific workflow. The bottleneck is often not the algorithm, but the availability, quality, and coverage of the data. Descriptors and representation, which are useful in machine learning-based approaches, are where the physics enters to the model, and machine learning diatomic potential are especially powerful because they connect AI to atomistic simulations. As a final result, I have to say that the future is not AI instead of simulation, but AI, high-performance computing, validation, and human interpretation is the final solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I can say Joseph, as in everyday life. We are a bit, not a bit, quite a lot late in the schedule, so just one fast question, if there is one. So, if not, let's thank our... Oh, yes, please, Mia.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Very interesting presentation. I would like to ask on the potential of neural networks replacing density function theory.
Yep.
Can you comment on this? Because it's, I think it's, I've seen several attempts trying to do this, and but they are usually very localized, like its application on etching, but not something broader as the DFT itself.
Well,
So
the neural network-based interatomic potentials, the most successful one are the ones that based on graph neural networks. I had an example on that. This one. In this one we have, it's one of the candidates was the Allegro algorithm from the Harvard University. Okay, from the Harvard University. And we have used it in order to investigate pharmaceutical drugs, as you can see in this paper that we have published. And this one is one of the most successful ones, which uses message passing neural networks, graph neural networks, which the added benefit of strictly locality, showing scaling to large systems. I can explain the approach, but I will need some time. If you want, we can discuss it later. It's, but the most successful machine learning atomic potential based on neural networks are right now based on graph neural networks.
thank you, Professor.
Okay, so let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you very much.
And we will move to our next speaker, who is Professor Ioannis Peters from the Department of Computer Science. And the title is Artificial Intelligence and Independent Science, Implications for Higher Education. So let's try as much as possible to respect the schedule because we are already too late.
Shall I talk in English or in Greek? Okay. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I suppose I have 20 minutes or so. Okay.
Exactly, but please try to respect that.
Okay, so let's start. The topic of my talk is university AI education, actually, whether AI is an independent science or it's a branch of computer science. For those of you that understand Greek, that's something that I've seen in Arcas some time ago, and it just, ridicules the fact that computer science is not that popular anymore, and other branches are more attractive. And why is it so these days? I'm going to explain you. So, starting with AI, it can become AI science and engineering, which is an interdisciplinary topic where we try to mimic human intelligence both in the analysis of the world and also in human interaction. And recently also, generative AI can create new entities in the world. It has classically two branches, machine learning and symbolic AI. Only machine learning exists these days. It's closely related to other disciplines, robotics, network theory, and so on. And it has also interdisciplinary aspects related to philosophy, ethics, neuroscience, psychology, and so on. So it's a broad science in a sense. The most important thing is that AI these days is machine learning. Machine learning resides on data. So essentially data are the results of our measurements. Let's suppose that we have a human, then we take his or her weight and his or her height, and then we have two numbers. Once we have them, then we can forget about the reality and live in a world of numbers. So each person can be represented by a vector of two numbers, and this way, for example, we can distinguish between, we can cluster humans into men, let's say one cluster for men and one for women. Understanding this basic thing is very important. It became numbers is words, and words started being represented by vectors, let's say more or less a decade ago, but this came into fruition with large language models. So in large language models, all words are transformed into vectors. This means a series of numbers, and this basic idea is the foundation of large language models that are very popular these days. So essentially, every scientific discipline is mathematized because it has to treat numbers and graphs and matrices and those types of things. And this is a revolutionary scientific paradigm shift that has many different effects. For example, we cannot have linguistic studies these days that work only with grammar, syntax, and etymology. We also need to understand word and concept correlations and coherences, and this is mathematics and machine learning. On top of it, we see that nowadays we have a big increase in data, also in information that is the result of data analysis, but we have only a linear increase in knowledge because knowledge is man-made, at least till now. Yeah, so essentially we can say that we live in a world of data and information, but we don't live in a knowledge society. So how can we cope with this situation of the large data increase and the large demands in producing this knowledge to understand our complex world that has ever increased in complexity? One way is, data analysis can be done by machines, but knowledge production so far can be done only by humans. And to do this, we need humans with critical thinking that can master the production and transmission of knowledge to new generations. If we fail to do this, then we're going to have catastrophic implosion of the entire humanity. This has happened once at the end of the ancient times and at the start of the medieval times, when ancient knowledge could not be passed for various social reasons and historical reasons to newer generations, and then we had 1,000 years, the so-called Dark Age. There is a real risk to have such problems now, as we are going to see. So what we need the formation of citizens and scientists. And I choose the word morphosis, which is a Greek word, by the way, because I want to stress that we form humans, whether they are simple scientists or whether it's simple citizens or whether they are scientists, and they have to have critical thinking, communication, precision, and imagination and emotional intelligence. Essentially, somehow we need sort of superhumans, as we are going to see later on. It's not enough to have few humans that are well educated. 1/3, let's say, of our society is well educated. It benefits from these new technologies, whether the rest 2/3 of our society stays behind, it's impoverished and technophobic. This is just a recipe for disaster. We have to educate women, minorities, and the global south, because we need the brains of everybody, because the tasks ahead of us are really huge. Luckily enough, the basic AI and IT concepts are simple and then can be taught at elementary and high school level. For example, how to cluster similar data. This is a very simple notion. Whether two things are similar or not, this is another simple notion. But these are basic AI notions that can be taught if we can rearrange the curriculum of mathematics and informatics at high school level. and among other things, in there we can target mathematical and algorithmic thinking. Algorithmic thinking actually is a special case of mathematical thinking in my view. So now what happens with computer science? Computer science and computer engineering, they study essential data, they perform data analysis, and using programming and other tools. And traditionally AI and machine learning were disciplines of computer science and engineering. So AI and machine learning, they don't have their own methodology. Essentially, they have the same methodology with computer science and mathematics. However, AI is interdisciplinary in the sense that it has relations to brain and mind studies, also to social studies and engineering. However, if we spread too thin, then we have the problem to have a widespread of AI, but not enough depth in our curricula. Nowadays, it seems that computer science spawns new disciplines through specialization. For example, we have web science, data science, AI science, and engineering. It's like what has happened back at the end of the 19th century, where physics spawned in the engineering disciplines, for example, electrical engineering and mechanical engineering. And of course, to do this, AI needs lots of mathematics that are classical mathematics that are typically taught at mathematics departments and also in departments of computer science and electrical engineering, for example, linear algebra, graph theory, probability theory, and so on. Also, we need concepts coming from classical studies, for example, ethics, because it's related to AI, linguistic topics, and so on. So what do we need? Do we need universal AI scientists? Is it achievable? It seems that we need scientists that have wide knowledge. They are diverse in terms of their ability to learn new things, but at the same time they have sufficient depth in their studies on particular domains. So what do we see these days? We see a worldwide creation of new AI departments and schools, new AI undergraduate studies. These developments may started being market driven, but then they become serious over the time with very good curriculum. And as you know, information becomes a concept at the same level with environment and matter and so on. Then we can think about having schools of information science and engineering where any department that deals with information is part of this school. For example, computer science, computer engineering, mathematics, AI science departments and internet web science departments can belong to such a school. This is a drastic change for the Greek educational system and possibly for other systems as well, if we follow this approach. Nowadays, the issue is that we have a very big drop in the new enrollments in undergraduate studies in USA and a small drop in electrical and computer engineering. Of course, this is very alarming for people working in computer science and electrical engineering department. And there is a wrong reason for this. The wrong reason is that people wrongly understand that computer science is programming. Now that programming is lost to LLMs, they don't see any reason for studying computer science anymore, and they prefer other disciplines, for example, energy or robotics or biological engineering. This has a sound basis in the sense that machine learning is essentially an automatic programming methods. On top of it, LLMs are good in everyday programming tasks, and these two facts have a very big impact on computer science studies. So far, LLMs cannot automate algorithm discovery, But if they do this, then this is going to be the end of computer science studies, because developing algorithms and data structures is the core of computer science. So now, what's the future of computer science? You know, if AI becomes an independent discipline and programming is gone, thanks to LLMs, then what is left in computer science studies? I don't think that they're going to disappear in the long run, but we just have to retarget them towards theory and mathematics that will persist. We can create AI in computer science departments rather than the computer science departments that we have now, and we focus on computer science fundamentals and theory. So now you see that we have these drastic developments all over the world, and we have undergraduate studies, AI studies, and AI departments that appear all over the world. China is pioneer on this one. We have done an extensive study, and we have seen that between 2023 and 2025 there is an explosion in the AI studies and undergraduate studies, graduate studies, and also departments all over the world. And there are some countries that excel in this. For example, China was very good, UK and also USA have done incredibly well, though they started late after 2023. Unfortunately, in our country, in Greece, we don't see any such developments. We just have a number of AI master's degrees, and that's all, plus some courses on AI in the undergraduate computer science studies. That's not enough anymore. And also we see that some smaller countries like the Netherlands, Spain, Austria, they see an opportunity, and also medium universities, they see an opportunity there, and they create new AI studies and departments. Now, regarding the rest of the university studies, we have a very big problem in humanities. Because we have to do mathematization of classical studies, and we don't know if this is doable. We don't know if the classical distinction between preferences for classical studies or engineering studies and positive science studies, whether this is something that has a biological basis or whether it's just due to wrong education at high school level. And of course, this distinction between humanities and natural sciences and engineering has other roots. It has historical roots, and we have to understand what's going on there before we talk about mathematization of humanities, because we don't know if the people there can follow this trend. So we have to study very basic things related to cognitive psychology before we decide on what to do in this area. We can create, let's say, departments of mind and social and psychology engineering in schools of arts and humanities, just to put mathematics into schools of arts and humanities. How we name them, this is not really important. The important thing is that we have to have AI and computer science and mathematicians being embedded into schools of arts and humanities to help them master this new world. The alternative is to have just AI plus 6 studies, where X is any discipline, any liberal discipline, and it's complemented by AI courses. This means data analysis courses. And of course, we have very bad alternatives, in my view. For example, to have language science and engineering studies in engineering schools. This is going to to be simply the disappearance of arts and humanities schools. And to me, this is not a desirable solution. Nowadays, AI poses multiple challenges in education. Actually, there is even discussion whether we need science, in the sense that if we have data, then AI is a black box, then it produces some very good solutions, it produces text, it produces images, it produces decisions. Then where is the need for science? Of course, black box AI can be useful, but it's very dangerous. For example, it hallucinates. However, there are people high up in big corporations that they question whether we actually need university education. Some people believe that we just need a good idea and venture capital, and then we become rich. And influencers is such a good example in social media. However, if we have such people, then how can they survive in a very fast changing world? And who is going to create new knowledge and pass it to the new generation? So essentially, if we perceive AI this way, this is a big threat to humanity. And also AI poses other problems. For example, it kills its own successors in the sense that if we're going to have fewer computer science and electrical engineering graduates, who is going to create the next wave of science and innovation? Also, there is a preference nowadays to technical skills. For example, become a plumber or become an electrician instead of studying. This means if this trend is strong enough, then it's going to deprive humanity of much needed scientists to produce new knowledge and so on. And also the unregulated and unwise use of LLMs in high schools, for example, can reduce critical thinking, which is again very dangerous. So there are two
Sorry,
ways
because
to
you
counter all
don't hear
these
me,
problems.
let's
One way is to
try
go
to
to
resume, please.
over-specialization, and another way is to put emphasis on foundational science, critical thinking, and learn to learn. So my proposal is not to follow over specialization because it can provide only short-term solution. My proposal is to learn how to learn, and then this way, if you have critical thinking, you can survive this wave of innovations and the common ones, because every 10 years or so we're going to have fast changes due to AI and due to other sciences as well. We study all these things in the International AI Doctoral Academy that has 80 members from all over Europe, and we deliver courses, and we have done an AI curriculum there. And back in during the pandemic time, I authored a 4-volume book on all these topics that I present today. And in some sense, whatever I wrote there is quite prophetic, but I don't have time to expand into this. And that's all on my side.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. We are late in schedule, so just one question if there is one, please. Okay, so there is none. Thank you, Professor Pitas, for joining us from that
You're
far
welcome.
away. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it a lot.
Okay.
And we will move to our next speaker, who is Professor Goudos from the Department of Physics. And he will talk about the AI in cultural heritage and health application. Yes.
So I will start my lecture. I would like to present applications of artificial intelligence in culture and health. I'm professor from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in the Department of Physics. So, a brief presentation outline. First, I would like to present the AUTH research team that I work with. Then I would like to present two projects that they were recently completed in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. The first one is the Hymnodos project, and the second is the Smart Embryo project. Finally, I will give the conclusions. So, briefly, AUTH is a research group in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in the School of Physics. There are 5 faculty members, 5 PhD students, and several postgraduate students. What we do is wireless communications, antennas and microwaves, optimization techniques, and lately, the last 15 years, also artificial intelligence. We apply artificial intelligence in all these domains. So, first, I will present the Hymnodos project. So, I guess we all know Shazam is a very well-known and popular app. It can identify the kind of music that is played right now. But does Shazam works for all kinds of music, for all genres of music? Well, the answer is that if we put Shazam in a church, it won't recognize the Greek Orthodox Church hymns, cannot recognize this kind of music. And there are very good reasons why it cannot recognize, which I would like to explain. Sorry. First of all, the Greek Orthodox music has a vocal nature. It means that it's quite different from the Western music, because the Western music has also musical accompaniment, while in the Orthodox music there is not such thing. Also has single vocal parts, which also different. This means that if I would like to speak as a physicist, the frequency domain of the Greek Orthodox hymns, it's quite different than the domain of the Western music. The domain of the Western music, the frequency domain, is always the same. Why? Because always the same music is played and in the same frequencies. So the goal was to make a mobile app using artificial intelligence to recognize the Greek Orthodox hymns in a church or anywhere else. For that reason, we created a database, not ourselves. The database was created by the University of Macedonia, the Department of Music. They have found 49 most popular Greek Orthodox Church hymns. There were about 9,500 performances by 2 different chanters, and they have all given all these performances to us as WAV files. So our basic raw data is WAV files. So how did we approach this problem in research? Well, there are 3 different research approaches that we took. The first one is to convert the hymn data into images. I will show how, and then use a deep learning approach. The second approach is a classical signal processing approach to use similar algorithms as the ones of Shazam. But this is not an AI approach. This is a signal processing approach. We took some steps towards this approach as well. And the third approach is to use machine learning to extract first data from the hymns. It means that the time domain waveform is converted into single numbers, we map the waveform into numbers, and each distinct hymn has these numbers. Using these numbers, we train machine learning models. So let's have a look the first and the third approach more precisely. As I said, the first approach is to convert the music into images. This is done using a spectrogram transformation like that, which actually contains both the information of the time, of the frequency, and the amplitude of its time. So you get an image for a specific duration of the file, of the audio file, you get an image similar to that. This is called the spectrogram. For music, we have the MEL spectrograms. It's simply we convert the frequency scale to the MEL scale, which is used for music. And, for example, here are different images based on using different hymns. So, we have images to classify it instead of waveforms. In this case, we can use a deep learning approach. We can use a convolutional neural network. I want to explain what a convolutional neural network is. We have proposed a convolutional neural network type based on current convolutional neural networks. This is called micro-VGG. As you can see, this paper, it is proposed. And we compared the proposed approach with different other approaches found in the literature. For example, we have some approaches, the VGGs, which is a deep learning approach proposed by Google for audio files. The ResNet 18 is a very powerful convolutional neural network which can be trained to identify images, to classify images. The MobileNet version 3 is a convolutional neural network especially prepared for, designed for mobile applications. The SqueezeNet is another convolutional neural network for mobile applications. And the EfficientNet is also a lightweight CNN designed for quick applications. So, in order to see how the models are compared, we can see the number of parameters of the different models. As you can see, our proposed approach has fewer parameters, and in terms of accuracy, we have been able to achieve the best accuracy, as you can see in this slide. Also, in terms of training time, our convolutional neural network, our proposed approach, has a good performance. In terms of inference time, okay, it's quite comparable to other well-known approaches. So that was the first approach. The second approach is to do a fingerprinting, audio fingerprints. This is a signal processing approach. I won't go through the details, but the basic idea here is to extract a number, to map the time domain waveform to a number using a signal processing approach. We have some papers on this, but I won't go through it. But the third approach is to use machine learning, not deep learning, so more lighter models, and based on audio extraction. So the initial data in this case is not, the training data is not the WAV files, but numbers that are based on feature extraction from the audio files. For example, feature extraction means that we are converting the WAV, the audio file, to numbers. We map to specific numbers. What are these numbers? These are these have the ability to simplify the model and can be easily adjusted to higher dimensions and to noisy environments. So the better features you have, the better performance you can have for machine learning models. There are different feature types. There are time domain features that based on the waveform. There are frequency domain features based on the Fourier transform of the model of the waveform. And there are several statistical features, mostly higher order statistics, like the mean, the variance, the skewness, and kurtosis. Overall, we have identified 75 total features. So the basic idea is to take the waveform for a few seconds duration, which was set to 5 second duration, extract the features for each different hymn, and then feed these features, this data set created of the features, to train a machine learning model. So in this case, we compared different well-known machine learning models like the GDBM, the KNN technique, the Light GBM, the XGBoost, and the random forest. In all cases, we can find that the Light GBM is a boosting technique proposed by Microsoft in recent years, has achieved the best results. And also, in top 2 accuracy, Light GBM achieved the best results. But most importantly, what is most important is the model size. In terms of megabytes, the model produced by Light GBM was the smallest. That's why we have finally selected the Light GBM model to use in our application. So, okay, this is, I wasn't able to connect to my PC in my office, so I won't be able to make a demonstration, live demonstration here. But just in a nutshell, this is just the code of the Android application. It was based on a Java native application. In this case, because we had the machine learning code was made in Python, we had to connect Python with Java, so this was done with the ChacoPy library, which is a Python SDK for Android. So this slide completes the presentation of the first application. So the next application, is the project Smart Embryo. Well, we all know in vitro fertilization. We know that it requires continuous monitoring of embryos, and the embryologist try to classify the embryos based on based on morphological characteristics, based on visual examination. So the best embryos then are selected for in vitro fertilization. In this case, well, I'm not a doctor, so I will briefly go this. There is a blastokit grading system based on that evaluates the quality of each embryo based on the morphological characteristics. There is a class of different qualities. We were given different 9 such different qualities classes that the images can be classified. So the problem here is that in all cases, the classification made that is usually made by the biologists, by the embryologists, is actually has a large degree of subjectivity, because one may classify one embryo better than the other based on the morphological characteristics, but this is the opinion of the current embryologist. So there is a large variation in grading. Okay. So the goal of the project was to assist the embryologists to make the correct decisions using AI. There are several challenges here. Well, our database, in this case, in this project, we will collaborate it with Embryo Lab clinic to provide, so they provided us the images. I will briefly go because I was informed to finish. So there are several, we used two approaches. One is to use deep learning to classify the images, and our problem was because we didn't have enough images from all the classes, so the data set was imbalanced. So in our second approach, we tried to augment our database using synthetic data, using GAN images, GAN-generated images, but I won't present this here. So the first approach was binary classification, suitable or not suitable. First, we used a very well-known deep learning network, the VGG11, with 11 layers. Another approach is the AlexNet by Google. And we proposed a VGG variant that consists of 7 convolution layers, 4 max pooling layers, and 3 fully connected layers. And in this approach, in order to make it more, to make the training time faster, we have not used a dropout layer. Just to show the parameter size here, we use a combination then of different models. So, in a nutshell, the combination of different models, the assemble using a voting classification technique, has finally achieved an accuracy of 81%. That was the best accuracy we managed to do so. And this is the, as here you can see the training epochs versus the accuracy for all models. And these are some screenshots of the web application made by this. The user, we have because, okay, we have first, originally we have prepared a Python application, but we then, in that case, we had to tell to the biologists, to the doctors, to use a Python application to run Python. That is not very useful, so we have also prepared a web application in JavaScript for the same job. And this is some results. Here you can see the classification of images based on multi-class classification, and this is the same in binary classification. So finally, I would like to point out that the future work, in our future work, okay, one moment. There is another Horizon program, the MIM for cultural heritage. In this case, the Aristotle University also participates, and our job will be in AI, in artificial intelligence models and knowledge representation methods using ontologies. The kickoff of this Horizon will start in June. So, finally, I have reached the conclusion. So, AI methods can be used for successful applications in both culture and health. We can use combinations of existing neural networks for every case to make good solution. Also, I would like to point out that in the Department of Physics, we have a course of computational physics that me and Professor Koseoglu teach now AI techniques in the physics department. And I like to say that our students are very good in AI and computer science. All these applications shown here have been prepared by physicists. So, this is my final presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Goudos. We are very late in the schedule, so we will not accept questions. We will go to the next presentation. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Professor Lokothitidis will present a new Center of Excellence. You will do all the details.
Έχει ίντερνετ. Όχι εδώ. Αλλού. Ναι. I would like to thank you, the organizers, Professor Patsalas, Aristotle University, for this great idea, especially our rector. I will talk about this NANO Center of Excellence. It's the first European Center of Excellence in Greece on nanoscience and nanotechnologies, on organic electronics and nanomedicine, and the first in Europe, together with the first, world first, in Abian, I will explain, digital automated nano manufacturing line for producing organic electronic devices as a game changer towards the climate neutral economy and sustainable economy, and for artificial intelligence factory paradigm. Now, a few things about us, about the International Nanotech Hub Thessaloniki, about the challenges and the drivers in going to climate neutral economy, and the opportunities come from that. The story of flexible printing electronics, which are based on organic semiconductors. All this technology, you know, this technology, our computers are based on inorganic semiconductors. Now I'm talking about organic semiconductors, which are carbon-based materials, hydrogen, iron, and other elements. So this provides a lot of devices, optical devices, electronic devices, sensors, biosensors, perovskites, etc. I will talk about nanotechnology lab, and how it extended, started in 1991, extended to Center of Nano, how you develop a smart nano manufacturing line for organic photovoltaics, but also biosensors, perovskites, etc. And somewhere here you have a line, because all those are related to universities, related to research centers, and related to TRL technology readiness level up to 7. Below, in building, let's say, the first automated manufacturing line for those or for these devices are above technology readiness 8, 9 or above and related to companies. So universities, research centers, they have to work together with these new, let's say, startup companies or new companies. And the last one, which is the applications, and I will give you the example, and I will try to prove you that these are some game changer, either for the nano manufacturing ambient or the applications. Let's start from 1991, when established here in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Nanotechnology lab on thin film technology first. After that, a lot of technologies, a lot of subjects, a lot of organizations established. I will mention this one, the nanotechnology, nanoscience and nanotechnology postgraduate department or school established in 2001-2002, supported from a physics department, medicine, chemistry, biology at that time. Or I will say a few works about this nanotechnology event, which started organized in 2003. I see some events taking place. Each of these subjects or points here are some works organizations who were established the last 30 years, 35 years. I will mention the 4 companies spin-outs. The first one started in 2012, OIT, 2014, the BL Nanobiomed, and other companies, or several organizations. But I will stay here in the next transparency, which give an idea about the NanoNet network of innovation, which today started from Aristotle University, has more than 750 organizations, research centers, universities, companies all over the world. So all this together try to work in order to participate in these new eras, in these new disruptive, let's say, transitions, in going to, for example, a climate neutral economy and sustainable future is a disruptive transition. Try to solve a number of problems, complex problems, which either are related, let's say, to the food, to energy, to water, to overpopulation in cities last years, but also related to our environment and to climate change. These all problems, the complex problems, provide us a lot of opportunities and challenges. And of course, these challenges comes because they need solution, and solution comes only with science, technology, and innovation. But there are several problems behind to solve. For example, you have some contradictions, or you have some debates, or you have some problems, let's say, in solving the problem with food, which increased more than 7.5% globally per year annually. You have, on the other side, to solve the problem with energy, which increased with more than 10% annually, because there are pure countries in energy. Let's say Africa. Africa is pure in energy and in food. So there is a contradiction here, because putting, for example, the solar photovoltaics, the silicon photovoltaics, you cover the land. So you have to solve this kind of problems. Or using more food, we spend more water, and you have the problem with water. So there are these complex systems, and governments take care about policies and design deeply or disruptive transitions, like this one, the Green Deal. Green Deal target is 0 emission gases by 2050, and based in 2 steps. The first step is boosting the efficient use of resources, but this is not enough. We need more, and this is the second step, gives more. Move to clean, green, recycled, digital economy. I will give you some of the drivers which help or drive to this direction. The first one is the global agriculture and the global crop production markets. If you see the numbers, is the biggest market, the agriculture in the planet. 12 trillions, not billions, is the market. Almost half of this is the market for the crop production. On the other side, if you see the last 20 years, you will see that we have a development in greenhouses. Since citizens, population of cities increases, you need food close to the cities, greenhouses move, or production moves closer to the cities. But the problem we have to solve is that on the parallel you need, as I mentioned earlier, try a solution how to use the land in multiple use. For example, not only to produce food, not only to produce energy, but to produce both of them at the same land. Another driver is the renovation wave. Already Europe started this one in 2020. You know that not only in Europe, but in all the world, buildings are responsible for 40% of energy, about 36% of CO2 emissions. Or in Europe, especially, you know that the buildings need 97%, almost 100%, partial or deep renovation in order to get the targets of Green Deal in 2050. So European Commission designed this renovation wave in 2020 with a first target in 2030, in 4 years from now, to increase or to make renovations in more than 35 million euros. Imagine that the cost per year for this renovation is more than 255 billions, and if you account to get the targets of 2050, we will spend Europe more than 7 trillions until 2050. So compare also the difference between Europe, let's say, or even America, with East. All movements are in using glass in buildings. They need transparency. It's something started in 1975 in Chicago with architects in buildings. And today, this all move in West. More than trillion is the investment in glass buildings all over the world. More than 50 billion already is the market for building integrated photovoltaics only in facades, as you can see here. Now I'm coming in a driver 3, which is related with a faster energy change in history for electrification economy for 2050. In order to do this one, solar photovoltaics are installed and dominate in electricity, and it's planning in 2050 to install more than 60% to install silicon photovoltaics, covering more than 60% in electrical energy production. This means that you need about that time 75 terawatt per year. And the question is, if today we need approximately 0.8 terawatt for energy conversion globally, then they will need in 25 years from now around 130 times more land to cover with the silicon panels. This is a big question. 2005, 2010, for all of us, silicon technology and solar photovoltaics were a solution. Today, however, this is a problem because photovoltaics are not recyclable. You don't have the technology to do it, and you need a lot of technology. And of course, you know that all the technology is in China or in Asia in producing photovoltaics. Imagine that a few years from now, again, Chinese will come to solve our problems with the recycling of photovoltaics. You need a solution. Our story, flexible 3D electronics. The story started here in Aristotle University in 1991, as I said. I have a picture saying that in 1997 to 2000, you make a major movement. We move from thin film technology based on inorganic semiconductors in this technology and making applications in flexible substrates, not in rigid substrates, first of all. Moving to flexible food packaging, nanotechnology, solving problems in flexible food packaging. Some of the main European projects which invested in our group and working together with some of most the best companies or institutions in Europe. At that time, in 2000, given the Nobel Prize in Chemistry on organic semiconductors, a new era started because we combined these two technologies, the thin film technology together with organic semiconductors, and then starts a new movement because in parallel you want to develop new equipment, new tools, and the first pilot to production lines in order to produce these new devices, organic photovoltaics, not simply photovoltaics, silicon-based, organic light-emitting diodes, OLEDs, you know these words already, sensors, transistors, all based on organics, or biosensors. So, but you needed a lot of technology and equipment, and of course, this succeeded progressively. You can see year by year, or a European framework, until you arrived in the end, around 2000, 2018, arriving in Horizon framework, and the last one, which is the Horizon Europe. And then you succeed with two big projects. One is how to build the first world manufacturing, the project Flex to Energy, and the second is the NANO, the first European Center of Excellence in Greece on nanotechnologies. More than 100 participants from Europe work together with us in order to solve these problems. You think all of this during the years, and as I said, starts a new era for us because from Nanotechnology Lab, Aristotle University, we moved to Nano Centers 3 years ago. So this project, the Nano, which, as I said, focuses on organic, printed electronics, nanotechnologies, and bioelectronics, are also with a budget of 30 million from European Commission. You have also the support for two excellent partners from Europe. One is from Bordeaux University, and the other is on organic electronic devices, and the other is the Cambridge University on the bioelectronic and moving now to nanotechnology lab, how to extend it, I will say a few words. I mentioned already, started in 1991 in the physics department. More than 100 research projects, more than 200 million budget, more than 300 EU international collaborators. All the subjects covered on nanotechnology, organic electronics, nanomedicine, nanobio, computation, modeling at nanoscale to macro scale. And now move to Center of Excellence with 4 institutes. The first is the Institute of Organic Electronics, based on organic semiconductors. The second is the Advanced Materials Institute, which is based on inorganic, let's say the old technology. This technology, you need both technologies in order to provide us applications where in nanomedicine, in medicine, in health, in bioelectronics from one side, and in agro. Agro-nano is a new field. You are living in Greece, you want to have applications in agriculture. So, and now I'm talking about the first and how we succeed with smart nano manufacturing producing photovoltaics. Why, first of all, flexi-printed electronics? The first answer is that it's cost-effective manufacturing. Cost 10 times less this technology for the technology based on inorganic, the today technology, 10 times less cost in resources, energy, temperature, and etc. Is printed, is Gutenberg's technology developed in Europe the last 5 centuries. Is made in air, in ambient, not in closed, clean rooms, very expensive equipment, or vacuum technologies. Is nano-driven technology, is a game changer. All the others, flexibility, recyclability, minimum CO2 footprint, rapid prototype, etc., is some of the characteristics, and this all means that brings this technology, the flexibility electronic manufacturing, a new, clean, green, digital, and circular economy. It's a revolution, it's a game changer. Why and what are these devices? These devices actually developed on plastic. I have some plastics. What is the plastics? Where are the plastics? Here, please, here. So the substrates, it's not rigid. It's not silicon, it's not glass. It's plastic. So this is a photovoltaic. So it's, and this is a photovoltaic. Compare this one, not only in white, in flexibility, but also in recyclability. So this produce, if your light go up through a plus and minus, anode, a cathode. And this means that you have a voltage, you have a current, you have watt. Behind is another architecture for organic LEDs, is opposite. We apply it between anode to cathode, a voltage, and then you have light. Lower, you have an organic transistor. But also you have a biosensors. Biosensors is similar to others, but they have one more characteristics. What I'll say that took us more than 20 years to solve the problems and to establish the first world manufacturing, nano manufacturing. In going to that way, in the sixth there you have the integration, all of these new technologies, automation, digital, artificial intelligence, data-driven, process optimization, etc. Is the things, technologies, innovation come during the years. So this is a printing in the air, in ambient. Rolls from one side and the other. Between you have a lot of technologies. You have a roll-to-roll nano printing in ambient. You have developed new technologies during the last 20 years in order to make reality these devices. I will mention here that the biosensors, as I said, is a special category, is for pathogens detection, disease, bacteria. We have developed some special printed biosensors which are needed a more step, a further step, the biofunctionalization in order to get the information for organs, for biological, and to make the final, to transfer the information from the biological information to electronic information and to digital information. And in order to make cheap systems. Coming back, you see all this complicated development took place the last 20 years, especially the last 10 years, because you make the manufacturing, a roll starts from one side to the other, and you have to develop all this analysis, all this digital, intelligent, automation at nanoscale, a lot of data in depth, nano, in length, kilometers. So you need artificial intelligence, the cloud analysis, in order to make reality all these things. This is an example of a laser, how you make cuttings and interaction with matter, but the new lasers, pico lasers and nano lasers, and fabulous lasers, in order to make possible all this application without to heat. The laser you used until now in other technologies are lasers who heat the matter. So this is the organic photovoltaics, which are, of course, complicated. It's not only geometry, it's not thin film only, but it's electrical fields. And of course, you have several applications. Imagine that you want to use the quantum dots, tiny nanoparticles, in order to transform and to absorb the UV, far UV radiation, which is bad not only for us, but also for the agriculture, and to transfer to red radiation. This is the first manufacturing, somewhere initial beginning of 2016. We move out from university in the new center close to Highgate, because we needed special buildings, and then step by step, as you can see how we introduce artificial intelligence power, digital manufacturing, to analyze, to use, and to get all this information introduced in manufacturing. And this is the first pilot to production line in the world, here in Thessaloniki, and work more than 6 to 7 years to make reality an integrated Industry 4.0, 5.0, artificial intelligence, automation, digital, etc., and to be ready to move to first manufacturing in the world. 21 million come again here in Thessaloniki in our, let's say, ecosystem, together with our partners, in order to produce 1 million square meters photovoltaics of this type, for various applications, transfer the technology for the lab, for the pilot to production, to manufacturing, a line of 127 meters long, longer than this pavilion, with a lot of automations, producing integrated photovoltaics, making robots, and all these automations, integration in order to succeed, and of course to have 100 applications, not only photovoltaics in buildings, agriculture, but for cooling, not only for energy, but to reduce temperature, to increase productions in crops up to 40%, to reduce cooling in houses, in buildings, in atriums, in every building, in cars, in bus stations. This is the way how it works and how transform one piece of plastic, this one not only producing energy, but making cooling, protection, increase our production. Sorry, this is the new technology of perovskites, and by this I'm looking only some applications in food production, in agriculture, integrated photovoltaics, OLED, sensors, biosensors, in food packaging, all this together, and of course artificial intelligence. And by this I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Logothetis, for showing us how you can switch from a vision to any production reality. So I will give now to Professor Bamidis to introduce our next distinguished speaker. Thank you very much again. Let's thank our speaker again.
I need sound for the first.
So, is this one?
No, it's PowerPoint. Is that a PowerPoint?
For being patient enough, but I think we are gonna pay you back. So alongside yesterday's afternoon, where we had the first astronaut, we have the privilege of having the second astronaut with us, Julie Payette, who is a Canadian engineer and a scientist and former astronaut, of course. And she also served as the 20th governor of Canada between 2017 and 2021. She holds an engineering degree from McGill University as well as the University of Toronto. And she worked as a research scientist before joining the Canadian Space Agency in 1992 as a member of the Canadian Astronaut Corps. She completed 2 space flights, STS-96 and STS-127, and has logged more than 25 days in space. She also served as a capsule communicator at NASA Mission Control Center in Houston, and from 2000 to 2007 as CSA's chief astronaut. Thank you for being with us in Thessaloniki, and we all look forward to your presentation.
Good evening, everybody. I am delighted to be here. Bonjour tout le monde. before I start, let me recap a little bit of the history. Coming with me? All right. I need some sound. It was not our Milky Way, but it was like if we were there. My name is Julie Payette. I am from Canada. I have had the privilege of flying in space twice, and twice I was a construction worker for space. I was helping to construct the International Space Station. But before I became an astronaut, I studied at school, like many of you here in this room. I became an engineer, and when the moment came, I actually applied. I put my name in for consideration, and I was selected. It is a difficult selection still today, but it'll get better as time goes by. But in my time, in 1996, when I joined NASA, there were several thousand people applying for lots of jobs at the time because we had the space shuttle. Today, with the space station and the return to the moon, we'll talk about that in a minute, there's a little bit more interest, and still at the moment, you have to compete in order to get in. If you're looking for me, I'm right here. All right. So once you are picked as an astronaut, you already have a job. You already have done things, either in engineering, in science, in medical science. We even have a veterinarian in our corps. So you have to have a background, because the astronaut can't go to a university. We go to NASA or the European Space Agency or the Russian Space Agency, and we learn to become a spacecraft operator. We learn to do spacewalking. Like here is actually Samantha Cristoforetti from Italy, from ESA. We learn to operate complex systems like robotic arms, but we learn to do that on the ground. And then we learn to operate the spaceship, all the system, the emergency procedure, the procedure to work as a team, and we spend a lot of years just figuring out orbital mechanics and system integration. And then, because when we go to space the first time, it's also the real time, then there is no room for error. Once we get up there, we practice reflex, judgment, decision-making in airplanes. Because airplanes are the closest that we have on Earth to the way we work in space, speaking to mission control, working as a team, having people on the ground that know a lot more than we do, and then being able to make good decisions. However, the real job of an astronaut is very technical. We really have to know the spaceship that we're going to fly inside out. And for this, we spend a lot of time in simulators. There are simulators all over the world, but most of the ones I trained in were in Houston, Texas, where NASA is training astronauts for the space shuttle. We don't always have the big combination. We are actually in normal clothes inside the simulators, more comfortable and more room for making mistakes. But look, this is a picture taken from the simulator in Houston, And this is a picture taken of me as the flight engineer on my second flight, directly from orbit of the Earth, seconds after we shut down our engines. The simulators are exactly the same. They run the same software. They have the same switch configuration. So again, when we get up there, we're supposed to know what we're doing. And knowing what you're doing is part of this. This is the front cockpit of the space shuttle. Just in the front cockpit, there's about 1,800 different switches, circuit breakers, and dials. And again, you don't want to become famous flicking the wrong switch at the wrong time. But then, after several years of training as astronaut, you graduate from astronaut school, and you are assignable to a mission. So one day, the director of the astronaut office calls you in their office. And it's just like a director of a school, yeah? If they call you in their office, either they want to tell you something that you've done wrong, or to tell you you're part of a crew. So that happened to me in 1999, and I was assigned to be on a crew of a space shuttle with 6 other people, 5 American and 1 Russian cosmonaut. We flew on board Space Shuttle Discovery. This was taken during my launch on the 27th of May, 1999. And I flew Discovery all the way to the space station. But the space station was really, really small with nobody on board. This is what it looked like. I actually took this picture. The station was made of 2 modules. One that was made in the United States, the top one, it's called Unity, and the one below, which was made in Russia, it's called Zarya, it means dawn, and they were put together by a space shuttle before us, just a few months before we arrived. We were the first crew ever to perform a manual docking to the space station. Then, after this mission, we came back, and many other missions happened to construct the International Space Station. In the meantime, the people who have flown, they help other missions, either by working at mission control, by working on hardware elements, by testing the software, by doing anything that needs to be done. So usually it takes a few years before you get a second call into the director's office. And then you get assigned to another crew. And this was the crew that I was assigned to 10 years later, a crew of STS-127, and we flew Space Shuttle Endeavour to the International Space Station at the very end of the construction. There was actually 7 of us on shuttle, and once we got to station, there were 6 people already in there. It was the size of a football field with a full 4 sets of a full 4 set of solar panels to generate electricity. So once we get there, we start working, and this was a very heavy-duty construction mission. There were only 5 more construction missions to finish the space station completely. And today, as we speak, there are people on board. I'll show you who they are. We have had 25 years of continuous human presence on board the ISS since it was first inhabited in 1st of November 2000. So let me just pause a second so that we comprehend. We've had people orbiting around the Earth on board the ISS for 25 years without stop. And those people come from different nations. America, Russia, Canada, Europe, Japan, and some other visitors that we came from other countries. And we rarely hear about the ISS in the front page of the newspapers, right? For a quarter of a century, we've had people who were a former adversary and maybe are still adversary on the ground, but we're not in space. We work together and we make sure that it works. The mission of advancing knowledge, of understanding and pushing the frontier of the known world is more important than our little things. Maybe sometimes we should look at ISS as a beacon in the sky and learn some lessons from it. So on board right now, 7 people. The reason we now have about 7 people all the time is because we send one crew on board a Soyuz spacecraft. I'll actually show you what a Soyuz spacecraft looks like. That's the one on the right. They come and there's 3 seats on that one, and then every 3 months we have a swap of the crew, and there's another part of the crew, 4 people, that come on a SpaceX Dragon capsule. So right now we have 3 Russians, 2 Americans. Do I have it right? Yes. And 1 French lady, Sophia Deneau. Only the third lady speaking French like me, that it goes to space. We also have 3 other people in space, and they're on board the Chinese Tiangong space station. They're part of a Shenzhou 21 crew. And we actually know all of each other. I'll talk about that in a second. Of course, all of you have followed the past week, Artemis 2, go to the moon. So you are very familiar with this picture, which I showed in the introduction, and the crew that was on board, the 3 Americans and a Canadian, that went all the way back to the moon, 50 years after the last Apollo mission, Apollo 17. But we are continuing this cycle because we're still inhabiting, we're still pushing the knowledge. And soon we'll send a new Soyuz with an American and 2 Russian cosmonauts. And after then yet another crew that will go and continue to replace. We have signed up with the partners to keep International Space Station in space until 2032. So another 6 years of operating the station. Then it's supposed to be brought back on Earth on a deorbit trajectory. It remains to be seen. By the way, if you look at the middle cosmonaut, Anna Kikina, of course, she's a good friend of mine. The girls were not that numerous, but we are a very tight group, astronauts, and we're part of an association, actually, called the Association of Space Explorers, and we meet somewhere on Earth once a year. We all know each other. The Chinese are part of it. It doesn't matter where you're from, what you look like. If you have done 1 orbit of the Earth in a spacecraft, you can be a member of our association. So anybody here who does that, please come and sign up. It is such a privilege to be part of this kind of adventure, I cannot tell you, because we work in the best possible environment. You might recognize a country or 2 on this picture. Okay, there's the easy part and there's the hard part. I'll leave the microphone 1 second to show you where the easy part is. So now that you know that we're looking at beautiful Greece from space, but hey, North is not at the top, right? So from now on, don't trust me on any of the pictures I will show you, because I will not show you the North at the top necessarily. It could be. You know, remember, it's maps. Yeah, we look at North on the top on our maps, but in space, we can be upside down. We'll get to that. So this is our working environment. It is extraordinary. We see the planet alive. We see it, of course, from the meteorological point of view. You're familiar with that with our satellites, but this is pictures taken by the eyes of a real person. We see also that our planet is one planet and that we all share it, and that our planet doesn't know borders. It doesn't tell us where a country starts or a country ends. Like here, right there in this beautiful lake called Lago Maggiore, there is a border between Switzerland and Italy. Unless you're very good in geography, then you can't tell where it is. Sometimes we can tell a border, especially during the night passes, because we go around the Earth all the time, then sometimes we're in full sunshine and in darkness. But it takes only an hour and a half, 90 minutes, to go around the Earth once. We spend about 45 minutes in sunshine, darkness, sunshine, darkness. We see the sunrise, the sunset, every 45 minutes. But during the night passes, when it's not daylight on Earth, when we're looking down, we actually see a lot more borders, because we see the borders that are militarized or the borders that have lights, like the border between Canada and the United States. There are places where it's very lit and places where it's not lit at all, actually, most of it. But we see also our planet alive, our planet making matter, because it's what it's been doing for 4.5 billion years. There's 40 to 50 volcanoes active at any point in time on this planet. This one is nearby, again. Anybody knows which one we're looking at? Etna in southern Italy. We see, therefore, the planet producing matter. We see the matter and the planet moving matter with our own eyes, because we live on a crust that has tectonic plates that move and collide and separate. There's, here on this picture, two tectonic plates getting in contact and colliding and pushing matter up into a mountain chain. One is in Tibet, the other one in India, Pakistan, and Nepal. Therefore, we're looking at the Himalayas. So can you tell where Mount Everest is? It's actually quite hard to pinpoint. It looks really small when you look at it from the point of view of space. And when you look at it, you see how steep those sides are. I mean, you have to be crazy to go there. Here's a picture of matter separating, of plate tectonics separating. It's geology in real time. The strait in the middle is called the Bosphorus. Therefore, we're looking at Istanbul. But you can tell that clearly those two parts were together at some point in time, as was every continent, by the way, some long time ago. It is why we need to continue to search and look, innovate, discover, ask questions, because our world changes, we are changing, and this is our vehicle, planet Earth. Here's another example of plate tectonics separating. With a beautiful picture of the robotic arm made by Canada, of course. Anybody sees what we're seeing? Now, if you follow on the left the shore of this rectangle sea, you see like a little blimp, right? And if you look right across, there's kind of like a hole. So clearly those two pieces were together at some point in time and long, long past. Well, we're looking at the Red Sea. So maybe that myth about the Red Sea is true, right? It was parted. It just took a few 100 million years. But north again is not on the top, right? North is way at the bottom here. That's why maybe it was not so clear. It's the Sinai Peninsula at the bottom, Egypt on the right side, and the Middle East. Saudi Arabia and the Middle East on the other side. We see that we are bombarded every day by particles coming from somewhere else. And these particles interact at the poles, both at the North Pole and at the South Pole, exact same phenomenon. The northern lights, the southern lights. These, I know for a fact that they are southern lights, northern lights, because, again, I don't have a pointer, I'm sorry, but we see lights. Over the South Pole, only penguins live there, so there's no lights. This is over Canada, and therefore we know it's Aurora Borealis over. And the last little photo I'd like to show you is to show you again that we're not alone out there, and there are other things that have effect on us. And again, that's why we need to continue to do science. What are we looking at? I heard it here. What you're looking at, it's a picture taken from the space station. You see the space station on the very top, taken during a solar eclipse. what you're looking at now is the shadow of the moon on our planet at the moment when the eclipse is passing by, in this particular case in North America 2 years ago in April. And this is it. So that's the moon blocking the sun for the people down there, but not blocking the sun for the people in Greece at that time. I'm not so sure when the next one is here, but if you've never seen a solar eclipse in your life, and one passes being near you, a total one, please do go and look. It's extraordinary. So we see our world alive. We see, as I mentioned, our cities, particularly during the night pass. This one is easy. Spain, Portugal, see the border? Nah. Madrid in the middle, France up there, and again, the Northern Lights at the very top. Northern Lights always happen. We don't always see them from the ground, but they always happen. How about this one? Oh, too easy. Well, I'll tell you a secret. It turns out that when you fly around the globe, there are features that come to you more than others. Like the Sahara is really, really big. The Pacific, enormous. We're over the Pacific, 40 minutes in an orbit. It's a lot. But because it takes so little time to go around once, 90 minutes, we cross North America in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to cross from California to Newfoundland, Canada. About 5 minutes to cross over Europe. So as you come in, say, from the northwest over Ireland, there is one feature that is absolutely striking that we all see from far away over Ireland, and it is the three peninsula of that very place. I call it Thessalonica because we see where we are now. Would you like to see it during the night? A little fuzzy, complicated to take a picture that is very bright in space because we're moving. And we're moving at 28,000 kilometers per hour, so yeah, sometimes it gets a little fuzzy. Unfortunately, we also see the hand of people on the ground. We see pollution, and we see marks of climate change, undeniable completely. Inside the space station, where we live, some of us sometimes 6 months, even up to a year, it's a lot of fun because we live in weightlessness, in microgravity. We can spend the entire day in one direction and it doesn't change anything because gravity is no longer pulling in the direction of gravity. It can be very useful at times to just change direction so that you can perform operations or manipulate an experiment better. But that's really what we do. Astronauts are not specialists in anything. We're not even sometimes specialists in dentistry or medical. We're trained to perform experiments, to test vehicles, to operate spacecraft on behalf of those who design them on the ground. And that's why if there are young people here who are interested or even a little bit more than young, please come and work with us. Aerospace is so exciting these days. We're about to launch new vehicles, and those vehicles will replace the space shuttle, which is now retired and that you can only see in a museum. There are several companies that are working on commercial space stations, which might be one day a space hotel. With the return to the moon, the next year, Artemis 3 will test a lunar lander because there's hope that we can set foot on the moon again after more than 50 years, within the next few years. And there is many people, many countries that would like to have some settlement on the moon. And the reason we want to go back to the moon is, of course, to study it, to use its dark side, to put telescope, but mostly to prepare to go here. This is planet Mars. if we were sensible, one would say, let's go to the closest planet to Earth, which is Venus. Problem is that Venus is inhospitable. It has really toxic gases and very high atmospheric pressure. Not good for spacecraft or for little humans. The only hospitable planet where we can stand at the moment in our solar system is Mars, and this is where we'd like to go. But this is where we need education and innovation, because we'll need a new propulsion system to get there, because it's not on the same orbit as our planet. The moon's always around, not Mars. There are times when Mars is at the other side of the sun as us. We're not on the same orbit. So in order to get there and not spend 5 years getting there, then we need to have better spacecraft. These spacecraft then will have to land. Mars has barely any atmosphere. How are we going to land people and habitat? How are we going to construct that? What are we going to eat? There's no agriculture out there. I'm going fast, but it is an enormous, complex logistics mission to get the supplies there. Should we send them in advance? Should we send them later? There's even scientists that are working on myocilus. It's kind of a mushroom, because you can actually send a little and then make something bigger out of it and maybe construct a habitat. There's all kinds of ideas. We're just not ready to go there. Plus, we'll have to stay healthy in microgravity under radiation for several months, up to 2 years, which is the minimum it will take for us to conduct a mission to Mars. Right now, we're testing equipment on board the ISS. We are guinea pigs, the astronaut, to show not only how we function in microgravity, but when we come back on Earth, we go back, give our data every year until we die. And the reason is not because they want to necessarily take care of us, it's they want to know how we're going to age, what kind of illness we're going to develop, and how we're going to die. Are we going to die of radiation exposure? Well, at the moment, most of us, thank goodness, are alive. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So we go and give the data so that the next one to come after us can go further and do more than we have. And of course, that has to do with just like the supply. Can you imagine? You're on your way to Mars and then you have a major issue, say appendicitis. Then we have to operate on board. We have no choice because there's no return. Once gravity sends you on the way to Mars, just like it did with Artemis 2, if you followed the mission, they didn't use engines. They just used an engine to get themselves toward the moon. Then eventually the moon got them into gravity. They circled around and they just then came back. Well, Mars will be a similar but more complex trajectory, so we will have to be prepared. And these are just a few of the challenges that we have to address in order to go further. We've never been anywhere else than the moon, and still we have not solved completely. And I would say that in my book, the two challenges that are the biggest are the radiation exposure, how we're going to protect us from cosmic rays, and perhaps also the psychological aspects of leaving Earth for 2 years without being able to turn back. Of course, we'll need the resources. Mars doesn't have water, at least we don't think so, but maybe it has ice that could be turned into water. It's to remain. And then, of course, there's the risk aspect. But that is probably the easiest managed with the quality of the engineers. One thing is sure is we're already on Mars. We already have sent rovers. This is Perseverance, which is on Mars right now, roaming about, being controlled by people at JPL in California from NASA. It's an 8-minute delay before they send a command until the robot gets it. Yeah, we can send more robots. But I can assure you we will all be in front of our TV the day someone sets foot on Mars. And we will be helped by the new technology that is being developed, and that is being developed here in Greece as well, because we will need advancement in so many fields in order to pull that off. Not only new materials, but new technology. And of course, AI will be a big help in helping us do better decisions, better diagnostic, and then helping us guide, repair, and maintain our vehicle. I don't know if I'm going to see the first human step foot on Mars one day. I think that first human is probably born today, and he's or she is still small. But what I know, though, is I hope very much so that we will heed from the lessons of 25 years of getting along on board the space station, and that first human that will step on Mars one day will not be like Matt Damon and will not do stuff with potatoes, but that first human will do so not for one nation, but on behalf of us all, the human species. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Do you have time for questions?
Yes. Thank you so much for this amazing trip. It's been a privilege, as I said, and it's been a pleasure to see and enjoy it. If there are questions, Madame Payette will be happy to take them. Yeah.
Can I borrow the mic?
Thank you. Absolutely fascinating. And I had a chat with Scott Parazinski about a year ago, and I asked him a question about how did you personally change from before your first mission and when you came back, your personal story. I'd love to hear more about that.
We get that question a lot. Do we change when we go to space? And maybe Scott did, I don't know, I never asked him. But most of us go there after many years of training. We're really trained, we know what we're doing, hopefully. And we're engineers for the most part. 75% of the core comes from a type of engineering, not just aerospace, by the way. I'm an electrical engineer, computer engineer. And it reaffirms things we know already. One planet, all of us sharing, we know that. One planet warming, and unless we do something about it, it'll continue to warm up. One planet also that has no borders, and maybe we should think about getting along. So it reaffirms these things. Does it change you? Well, maybe I'm not as sophisticated as Scott Parazinski. So I would say it just reaffirmed my commitment to us as people, to cherishing our differences rather than looking for trouble, and our planet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you for the amazing, very beautiful presentation. I'm Sotiris Michos. I would like to ask a question about the experience of seeing Earth from space. On many accounts, I have read that the astronauts feel this subjective experience, ascribing it as something mystical. Can you give us some input on your own experience of first looking at the planet from this aspect and the subsequent ones?
Personally, I was on 2 construction missions, and I tell the little people that I'm a construction worker from space or in space. I am also a crane operator in space. So I was on very heavy-duty short mission, a space shuttle. We go up there, we work all the time, and then we come back home. It's a short duration construction mission. You have not as much time to look down, but every single time I did, I was in awe of our planet because it's so beautiful. It's magnificent. It's like a blue marble in a backdrop of darkness. It's home, it's extraordinary, but oops, I have something else to do, right? So there's very little time, at least I didn't have. My second flight, we had 5 spacewalk and 15 days of robotics out of 16. So I'm sorry, it's not so much mystical as it is I like this place. This is where I'm going to go back and have a barbecue in a couple weeks, and you just have. But you don't feel also. We don't feel claustrophobic inside. This might be different for the people going to Mars because they're going to lose the sight of Earth, but when you go around the Earth, yeah, you see the entire planet. It's an extraordinary spectacle. And yes, Greece is beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Is that it?
No. Actually, I'm the rector.
Yes.
And I'm here just to...
Hi, Mr. Rector.
Thank you for being here. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend from the first beginning what you have said, but from what I figure out by ending your lecture, it seems that you ally with how we vision innovation. This is an innovation forum, and what we always say in this university, which is quite comprehensive, is that innovation for us is not just business, it's not just economy, it's science, it's humanity, and it's everything that makes the world better. And from your philosophical view about cosmos and about how you're visioning health as humanity, as a global humanity community, it allies with Aristotle University. So on behalf of the university, I want to express my honor for you. And this is Aristotle, the philosopher about all this, and it's about our university name. And I think...
You know, it's very impressive for a Canadian to be in Aristotle University. Yeah, we're 180 years old as a country. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I have to say that I had another gift from a distinguished professor of yours, Ursula Cortilu, who gave me what she says is a spatial gift. The double sphere or spiral of Macedonia. So I'm bringing that back with me. This is extraordinary. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Do we have time for a few more questions, or that's it? My time is over.
We are short of questions, but if you are staying for a few more minutes, people can find you and ask you questions individually.
Maybe
Unless there is a burning one.
Because I have after one, I have a surprise.
All right.
But, short surprise.
So hello, thank you so much. I have two questions basically. First, how soon do you think that, given the fact that the Artemis programs will go on and probably by late 30s we may have also moon bases, how soon do you think that we may have like the first endeavor to land on Mars? And the second question is a more burning question towards me as a future doctor. How do you think that you can recruit doctors in this endeavor to Mars? Because probably you are going to need also doctor astronauts, this kind of duo, basically, in order to go there. Because the trip is going to take like for 9 months, the delay is going to be 8 minutes. So how do you, NASA is working on that? And what's
Well, you have people in this university working on that in aerospace medicine. But the first trip to Mars with people, I think, is at least a decade away, if not more, because of the challenges I mentioned. So my take is that we're not ready. We don't have the technology. We could have the technology, but we still have so much to do. In terms of medical personnel on board, can I tell you how essential they are? On my first flight, there was only 7 of us. There were no doctor on board, so they trained the engineers as crew medical officer, including myself. And just to tell you how some people are very passionate about spaceflight, we would train to do suture, intravenous, catheter, things that might be necessary there, and if not, if it's more risky, then we come home, because we're in orbit of the Earth. And they were volunteers at NASA. I would actually walk on my intravenous training course, and there was a guy or a girl in a gurney, and they were like going to be poked by the electrical engineer. And I'm like, why are you here? And they'd say, because I believe in science, and I believe in pushing And in preparing you, fortunately, I didn't have to do intravenous in space, but yes, we will need people with not only very strong medical and health and professional training, but we will need people that can do many things, that can repair, that can fix, that can cure, that can solve problems in situ, make good decisions, and first of all, most of all, work as a teammate. Thank you for your question.
Yes. One more question for me. In 1967, we managed to land on the moon, and now it's 2026, and we still struggle with that a bit. So my question is, what do you have to say to some people on the internet who claim that the first moon landing was faked?
Oh, I thought you would talk to me about flat earthers. No, flat earthers, I'm like, duh. But this is, I think, you know, after the Apollo mission, statistically, if you look at reliable sources of statistics, after the moon missions from 69 to 72, the Apollo mission, the idea that the Earth was, that the moon landing was fake completely diminished. People actually joined engineering schools. It recurred again a little bit when the internet became also like a social media YouTube vehicle. And my take is that some people just want to be interesting, and saying that the moon landing is fake with totally zero justification. I mean, we've all been on board with Artemis now. We can go to the moon and soon we'll land on it again. So I say, why don't you read something reliable? Reliable source, scientific papers from universities, there's lots of reliable source out there. And use your critical thinking. Yeah? If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. I think you can get at the back, and then you can sign.
Right. So
if
my
you want
surprise.
things or reply more questions.
Can I ask how many people have seen the ISS pass by before? Okay, very few. Well, it's actually coming over tonight. And seeing the kind of weather you guys always have, you should be able to pick it up. It's very easy. If you look, this is the wrong day, it's tomorrow, right? No, we're the 21st. Oh, that's right, that's right. This says it's very, very brilliant. Minus 3.4 magnitude means it's as brilliant as Venus when it shows up next to the moon. At 22:54, so 6 minutes before 11 tonight, you will look northwest. So you take your iPhone or your Pixel 8 and you turn to northwest, wherever it is. And then you wait. At the horizon, you will see a star rise. Now, it might not be exactly at northwest, so you kind of scan around that region. 6 minutes before 11 tonight, you will see a star rise. And that star will rise to 53 degrees, which is almost up here. 90 is here, 45, 0. So it'll start at 10 degrees and it'll rise. And you should be able to pick it out because it'll be moving and it's really, really brilliant. If you see tonight a star at that time moving in the sky, it is the International Space Station with people on board, and you can say, bon voyage. Merci à tous. Merci.
Thank you very much.
τεχνογνωσίας, αριστείας και καινοτομίας. Αποστολή του είναι να ενώνει επιστήμονες από διαφορετικά γνωστικά αντικείμενα, προωθώντας τη διεπιστημονική έρευνα και τη δημιουργία νέας γνώσης με ουσιαστικό κοινωνικό και αναπτυξιακό αντίκτυπο. Η στρατηγική μας κινείται σε 3 βασικούς άξονες: αναβάθμιση των υποδομών και παροχή εργαστηριακού εξοπλισμού εχμής, ώστε οι ερευνητές να έχουν πρόσβαση σε ό,τι πιο σύγχρονο διαθέτει η επιστήμη. Ενίσχυση της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας μέσα από τη δημιουργία συνθηκών που ευνοούν τη συνεργασία, τη δικτύωση με εταιρείες και φορείς και τη μεταφορά τεχνολογίας στην πράξη. Στήριξη του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού, με στόχο να συγκρατήσουμε ταλαντούχους νέους ερευνητές και ερευνήτριες στην Ελλάδα και να τους δώσουμε τις ευκαιρίες να διακριθούν διεθνώς. Θέλουμε το ΚΕΔΕΚ να είναι ένας ζωντανός οργανισμός που εξελίσσεται συνεχώς, που δεν περιορίζεται στην παραγωγή νέας γνώσης, αλλά φροντίζει για την αξιοποίησή της, συμβάλλοντας τόσο στην ενίσχυση του κύρους στο απειθήτα, όσο και στη γενικότερη ανάπτυξη της χώρας. Σήμερα στο ΚΕΔΕΚ στεγάζονται 25 ερευνητικές ομάδες, που καλύπτουν ένα ευρύ φάσμα θεματικών, από τις φυσικές και βιοιατρικές επιστήμες έως την τεχνολογία, τις κοινωνικές και ανθρωπιστικές σπουδές, σύμφωνα με τις προτεραιότητες της τελευταίας έξιμης εξειδίκευσης. Με 4.700 τετραγωνικά μέτρα εργαστηριακών και γραφειακών χώρων, 1.100 τετραγωνικά βοηθητικών υποδομών και 80% ερευνητές καθημερινά, το ΚΕΔΕΚ αποτελεί ένα πραγματικά ζωντανό οικοσύστημα έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Η εξωστρέφεια βρίσκεται στον πυρήνα της λειτουργίας του ΚΕΔΕΚ. Το κέντρο επιδιώκει να φέρει πιο κοντά το πανεπιστήμιο με την κοινωνία, την οικονομία και την παραγωγή. Αναπτύσσει συνεργασίες με ερευνητικούς φορείς, επιχειρήσεις και οργανισμούς, τόσο στην Ελλάδα όσο και στο εξωτερικό, ενισχύοντας τη θέση του ΑΠΙΘ στο ευρωπαϊκό ερευνητικό οικοσύστημα. Μέσα από κοινά έργα, πιλωτικές εφαρμογές και δράσεις καινοτομίας, το ΚΕΔΕΚ συμβάλλει στη μεταφορά γνώσης και τεχνογνωσίας, ενισχύοντας την ανταγωνιστικότητα του πανεπιστημίου και τη σύνδεσή του με την κοινωνία. Το ΚΕΔΕΚ λειτουργεί έτσι ως γέφυρα ανάμεσα στην ακαδημαϊκή έρευνα, την εκπαίδευση και την πραγματική οικονομία. Προσφέρει ένα μοναδικό περιβάλλον ανάπτυξης για νέους ερευνητές, αλλά και για επιχειρήσεις και βιομηχανίες που επιδιώκουν συνέργειες με την ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα. Οι ερευνητές έχουν πρόσβαση σε σύγχρονες υποδομές και τεχνολογίες εχμής, εργάζονται σε διεπιστημονικά έργα και αποκτούν εμπειρίες που ενισχύουν τις δεξιότητές τους και ανοίγουν νέες προοπτικές εξέλιξης και καινοτομίας. Για τις επιχειρήσεις, το ΚΕΔΕΚ αποτελεί έναν αξιόπιστο συνεργάτη για την συνανάπτυξη καινοτόμων λύσεων, την αξιοποίηση της έρευνας και τη σύνδεση της γνώσης με την παραγωγή. Έτσι, το ΚΕΔΕΚ συμβάλλει ουσιαστικά στη δημιουργία ενός οικοσυστήματος γνώσης που στηρίζεται στην έρευνα, τη συνεργασία και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Το ΚΕΔΕΚ είναι άρρηκτα δεμένο με την ιστορία και την πορεία του Αριστοτελείου. Αποτελεί συνέχεια της μακράς παράδοσης του Πανεπιστημίου μας στην παραγωγή γνώσης και στην καλλιέργεια της επιστημονικής αριστείας, ενώ ταυτόχρονα εκφράζει το βλέμμα μας στραμμένο στο μέλλον. Στα 100 χρόνια ζωής του ΑΠΙΘ, το ΚΕΔΕΚ λειτουργεί ως γέφυρα ανάμεσα σε αυτό που κληρονομήσαμε και σε αυτό που οφείλουμε να οικοδομήσουμε. Ένα πανεπιστήμιο εξωστρεφές, με σύγχρονες υποδομές, που στηρίζει τους ανθρώπους του και συνδέει την έρευνα με την κοινωνία. Με αυτήν τη στρατηγική, το ΚΕΔΕΚ φιλοδοξεί να είναι όχι μόνο ένα κομμάτι της ιστορίας του ΑΠΙΘ, αλλά και ένας από τους βασικούς πυλώνες του μέλλοντός του.
Καλησπέρα σας και σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που περιμένατε για να με ακούσετε. Όπως βλέπετε, όπως είδατε μάλλον, προηγήθηκε ένα βίντεο ενημέρωσης για το Κέντρο Διεπιστημονικής Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας του Αριστοτελείου Πανεπιστημίου Θεσσαλονίκης και πιστεύω ότι σε μεγάλο βαθμό αποδείξαμε ότι κάνουμε πολύ σημαντικά πράγματα. Να μην μπούμε όμως σε περαιτέρω λεπτομέρειες, διότι αυτή τη στιγμή δεν θα μιλήσω για το τι κάνουμε εμείς, αλλά για το τι κάνουν τα παιδιά. Τι κάνουν οι φοιτητές μας. Λοιπόν, σήμερα θα βραβεύσουμε φοιτητές οι οποίοι αρίστευσαν. Τι θα πει αριστεία? Είναι μια λέξη η οποία δυστυχώς από πολλούς έχει δαιμονοποιηθεί. Θα μου επιτρέψει να πω την προσωπική μου άποψη και φυσικά αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι είναι και η απόλυτη αλήθεια. Η αριστεία δεν είναι η κορυφή στην οποία φτάνει κάποιος, γιατί προφανώς αν θέλει να παραμείνει σε μια κορυφή, τότε θα πρέπει να είναι σε ακινησία. Ακινησία στη ζωή όμως δεν νοείται. Η αριστεία είναι μια διαρκής ανηφόρα, μια αναρρίχηση. Αυτό πρέπει να συνοδεύει τη σκέψη μας όταν προσπαθούμε να πετύχουμε υψηλούς στόχους στη ζωή. Αποφασίσαμε λοιπόν ως Νέα Βρετανική Αρχή να ενισχύσουμε και να βραβεύουμε τις καλές πρακτικές και τις καλές προσπάθειες, τις άριστες προσπάθειες των φοιτητών μας. Προφανώς υπάρχουν και άλλα ιδρύματα και φορείς οι οποίοι βραβεύουν. Παραδείγματος χάρη το Ίδρυμα Κρατικών Υποτροφιών, αλλά και ιδιώτες, όπως κάποιες τράπεζες που βραβεύουν φοιτητές. Για πολλά χρόνια όμως το Πανεπιστήμιο δεν βράβευε τα ίδια τα παιδιά του. Έτσι έχουμε προτείνει και θα υιοθετήσαμε κάποιες δράσεις, μέσα στις οποίες, μία από τις οποίες είναι και αυτή η οποία θα ακολουθήσει. Συγκεκριμένα θα δοθούν σε λίγο υποτροφίες αριστείας, οι οποίες ανέρχονται στο ποσό των 1.000 ευρώ αναφοιτήτρια και φοιτητή, σε κάθε ένα φοιτητή που θα σας εξηγήσω πώς επιλέγεται από τα 41 τμήματα του Πανεπιστημίου μας. Τα χρήματα αυτά έχουν προέλθει από δύο πηγές. Η πρώτη είναι η δωρεά του καθηγητή κυρίου Βάβα, ο οποίος είναι εξωτερικό μέλος του Συμβουλίου Διοίκησης του Πανεπιστημίου μας και είναι από το Πανεπιστήμιο του Χάρβαρντ. Είναι καθηγητής στο συγκεκριμένο πανεπιστήμιο. Το υπόλοιπο ποσό των 33.000 θα δοθεί από την Επιτροπή Ερευνών. Τα κριτήρια με τα οποία έγινε αυτή η επιλογή είναι τα εξής. Οι δικαιούχοι είναι τελειόφοιτοι φοιτητές, άρα στο τρέχον εξάμηνο βρίσκονται στο 8ο, 10ο ή 12ο, αναλόγως αν η διάρκεια σπουδών είναι τετραετής, πενταετής ή εξαετής. Δεύτερο κριτήριο είναι ένα κριτήριο απόδοσης. Πρέπει να δειχθεί ότι ο υποψήφιος για να πάρει αυτή την υποτροφία είναι συνεπής απέναντι στις υποχρεώσεις που έχει το πρόγραμμα σπουδών. Άρα, πρέπει να έχει περάσει ουσιαστικά όλα τα μαθήματα μέχρι και το προηγούμενο Σεπτέμβρη, δηλαδή όλα τα προηγούμενα έτη. Και αν το έχει πετύχει αυτό, άρα είναι αποδοτικός, πάμε στο σημείο της επίδοσης. Από όλους λοιπόν αυτούς που ικανοποιούν τα δύο προηγούμενα κριτήρια, επιλέγεται αυτός που έχει το μεγαλύτερο μέσο όρο βαθμολογίας. Λοιπόν, θα ήθελα να καλέσω μέλη του Συμβουλίου Διοίκησης για να απονείμουν τα βραβεία στους φοιτητές. Θα ξεκινήσω από τον κύριο Τσατσαρόνη, ο οποίος είναι καθηγητής στο Πανεπιστήμιο του Βερολίνου και είναι εξωτερικό μέλος του Συμβουλίου Διοίκησης. Ξεκινάμε από τη Θεολογική Σχολή και συγκεκριμένα από το Τμήμα Θεολογίας. Καλώ την κυρία Μικαέλα Χάνταρικ, η οποία αρίστευσε. Στη συνέχεια, Από την ίδια σχολή και το Τμήμα Κοινωνικής Θεολογίας και Χριστιανικού Πολιτισμού, ο κύριος Γεώργιος Ανδρεάδης. Στη συνέχεια περνάμε στη Φιλοσοφική Σχολή, από το Τμήμα Αγγλικής Γλώσσας και Φιλολογίας, η κυρία Βασιλική Γκολφινοπούλου. Από το Τμήμα Γαλλικής Γλώσσας και Φιλολογίας, η κυρία Τατιανή Βέρμπη. Από το Τμήμα Γερμανικής Γλώσσας και Φιλολογίας, η κυρία Μαρία Φανουράκη. Από το Τμήμα Ιστορίας και Αρχαιολογίας, ο κύριος Δημήτριος Σοφόπουλος. Από το Τμήμα Φιλολογίας, ο κύριος Μέλβιν Σολομών Μπέρκοβιτς. Από το Τμήμα Φιλοσοφίας και Παιδαγωγικής, η κυρία Ειρήνη Παπαδοπούλου. Και από το Τμήμα Ψυχολογίας, η κυρία Μαρία Κούφη. Κύριε Τσατσαρώνη, σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ο κύριος Σταματιάδης Νικηφόρος, επίσης εξωτερικό μέλος του Συμβουλίου Διοίκησης από το Πανεπιστήμιο του Κεντάκη. Περνάμε στις θετικές επιστήμες, Σχολή Θετικών Επιστημών. Από το Τμήμα Βιολογίας, η κυρία Δανάη Παπαβασιλείου. Από το Τμήμα Γεωλογίας, η κυρία Νικολέτα Σουλιώτη. Από το Τμήμα Μαθηματικών, ο κύριος Βασίλειος Στεριούλης. Από το Τμήμα Πληροφορικής, ο κύριος Νικόλαος Αργυρίου. Από το Τμήμα Φυσικής, ο κύριος Κωνσταντίνος Θεοδοσιάδης. Από το τμήμα Χημείας, ο κύριος Μάριος Γιαννιώτης. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Σταματιάδη. Στο Αριστοτέλειο, εκτός από τους πολίτες φοιτητές, υπάρχουν και πολλοί φοιτητές, πάνω από 2.000, οι οποίοι θα είναι τα μελλοντικά στελέχη των ενόπλων δυνάμεων και συγκεκριμένα οι φοιτητές που φοιτούν στη Στρατιωτική Σχολή Αξιωματικών Σωμάτων, αλλά και ορισμένοι οι οποίοι κάνουν μεταπτυχιακό στην ΑΔΙΣΠΟ, στην Ανωτάτη Διακλαδική Σχολή Πολέμου, όπου το Αριστοτέλειο έχει κοινό μεταπτυχιακό πρόγραμμα το οποίο υποστηρίζει. Κατά την άποψή μας, η ΣΑΣ είναι Αριστοτέλειο. Εξάλλου, οι φοιτητές, όταν θα τελειώσουν και θα γίνουν ανθιπολοχαγοί, θα είναι ήδη και νομικοί, οι γιατροί, οι κτηνίατροι, οι οδοντίατροι, οι φαρμακοποιοί, οι νομικοί, το είπα, οικονομολόγοι, ψυχολόγοι, ναι, και πληροφορικοί. Οπότε θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον συνταγματάρχη του νομικού, κύριο Βασιλάκη, ο οποίος είναι ο Διευθυντής Σπουδών της Στρατιωτικής Σχολής Αξιωματικών Σωμάτων, για να απονείμει βραβεία. Από το τμήμα νομικής, ο κύριος Μάριος Αζαριάδης. Από το τμήμα Δημοσιογραφίας και Μέσων Μαζικής Επικοινωνίας, ο κύριος Δημήτριος Σπιτσέρης. Από το τμήμα Οικονομικών Επιστημών, ο κύριος Δημοσθένης Διαμαντίδης. Αυτό νομίζω είναι η καλύτερη απόδειξη. Από το τμήμα Πολιτικών Επιστημών, η κυρία Ουρανία Μουστάκη. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κύριε Συνταγματάρχα. Ναι, μετά. Ο κύριος Πρίτανης. Κύριε Πρίτανη, επειδή πάμε στα δικά σας χωράφια, από τη Σχολή Επιστημών Υγείας, τμήμα Ιατρικής, ο κύριος Αθανάσιος Γάτσης. Από το τμήμα Κτηνιατρικής, η κυρία Νεκταρία Κεκεμπάνου. Από το τμήμα Όδων Διατρικής, η κυρία Μαριάννα Πατήχη. Από το τμήμα Φαρμακευτικής, η κυρία Ελπινίκη Αποστολίδου. Από το τμήμα Αγρονόμων Τοπογράφων Μηχανικών, είναι ο κύριος Ελευθέρος Κωνσταντινίδης, ο οποίος όμως απουσιάζει. Οπότε, κύριε Πρίτα, αν έχει την καλοσύνη και στην Πολυτεχνική. Α, δεν το γνώριζα, συγγνώμη, είχε δηλωθεί. Να το χαίρεστε. Από το Τμήμα Αρχιτεκτόνων Μηχανικών η κυρία Ελένη Ζορκάδη. Από το Τμήμα Ηλεκτρολόγων Μηχανικών και Μηχανικών Υπολογιστών, ο κύριος Ιωάννης Φραϊδάκης. Από το Τμήμα Μηχανικών Χωροταξίας και Ανάπτυξης, η κυρία Ολυμπιάδα Αλεξανδρή. Από το Τμήμα Μηχανολόγων Μηχανικών, ο κύριος Λεωνίδας Στεφάνου. Από το Τμήμα Πολιτικών Μηχανικών, η κυρία Ανθία Τούλα Χατζηδαβίδ. Και το Πολυτεχνείο κλείνει με το Τμήμα Χημικών Μηχανικών, ο κύριος Πέτρος Μακρύς Μανιάτης. Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Πρίτανη. Κύριε Αποστολίδη, ο κύριος Αποστολίδης είναι καθηγητής του Πανεπιστημίου μας, εσωτερικό μέλος του Συμβολίου Διοίκησης. Περνάμε στη Σχολή Καλών Τεχνών. Στο Τμήμα Εικαστικών και Εφαρμοσμένων Τεχνών, η κυρία Νίκη Καψάλη. Από το Τμήμα Κινηματογράφου, ο κύριος Δημήτριος Βαφιάδης. Από το Τμήμα Θεάτρου, η κυρία Παναγιώτα Τσιάλια. Από το Τμήμα Μουσικών Σπουδών, ο κύριος Χρήσταθος Μπουρουτζόγλου, ο οποίος δήλωσε ότι θα απουσιάζει, μήπως είναι ο πατήρ, η μητέρα, όχι. Ωραία. Οπότε συνεχίζουμε με την Παιδαγωγική Σχολή. Από το Παιδαγωγικό Τμήμα Δημοτικής Εκπαίδευσης, ο κύριος Παναγιώτης Κορώνης. Από το Τμήμα Επιστημών Προσχολικής Αγωγής και Εκπαίδευσης, η κυρία Δέσποινα Κωνσταντινίδου. Περνάμε στη Σχολή Επιστημών Φυσικής Αγωγής και Αθλητισμού. Από το Τμήμα Επιστήμης Φυσικής Αγωγής και Αθλητισμού, ο κύριος Χρήστος Παροτσίδης. Από το τμήμα επίσης Επιστήμης Φυσικής Αγωγής και Αθλητισμού με έδρα της Σέρρες, ο κύριος Μιχαήλ Θεοδοσιάδης. Περνάμε τώρα στη σχολή του κυρίου Αποστολίδη, Γεωπονίας, Δασολογίας και Φυσικού Περιβάλλοντος. Από το τμήμα Γεωπονίας η κυρία Λεμονιά Ινεμπολίδου. Και τέλος, από το τμήμα Δασολογίας και Φυσικού Περιβάλλοντος, ο κύριος Πασχάλης Παναγιώτης Αποστολίδης. Ο οποίος θα παραλάβει το βραβείο από τον πατέρα του. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Αποστολίδη. Λοιπόν, ένα ακόμα επιχείρημα για τη σύνδεση σας και Αριστοτελείου Πανεπιστημίου Θεσσαλονίκης είναι το γεγονός ότι σήμερα έχουμε τη χαρά να έχουμε μαζί μας, να ακούσουμε την ευρωπαϊκή χοροδία της σχολής, η οποία τα παιδιά θα μας τραγουδήσουν από ελληνικό και γαλλικό ρεπερτόριο με συνοδεία πιάνου και κιθάρας. Είναι μια χοροδία που αριθμεί περίπου 60 μέλη, μάλλον δεν ήρθατε όλοι. Όχι όλοι, αρκετοί. Μια χοροδία με πάρα πολλές επιτυχίες και σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και τη διοίκηση της σχολής που δίνετε την ευκαιρία σε εμάς να απολαύσουμε τη χοροδία σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.